So meeting is now called to order. I know on the agenda we have sections. The first part, the call meeting to order. A question. Now, the roll call. So staff, can you give us a roll call here?
Honorable Chair, this is Rodney Tahi. I'll do the roll call. The roll call for Resources Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting. Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is on the call. Thank you.
Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Thomas Walker is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Key Allen Begay Jr. Herman M. Daniel. Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Good morning, I'm here.
Herman M. Daniels present. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Good morning, Delegate Freeland's here.
Mark Freeland's present. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Present.
Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Chair, you have 6 members present, which qualify for a quorum for this regular meeting. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for the roll call. The next item here in the preliminary section is the invocation. Should say, Honorable Daniels, you can't get the invocation for our meeting here.
Certainly, my chair, vice chair, chair, change article, Ashin Kodo, Bearden, Lenigin, the Gabe, the other Nana Kodo, dashing as so that they sleep with. We have a lot on our agenda, and we have other meetings as well today. Navajo Nation Council, so don't write them. What's in the nation and I'm send on Shaki, but I always go share coffee. What's in the nation with maybe cash with what's on the left home, Shaman Hassan. What's on the left home, Johanna Ashika. Craigie home, just so now when you get high on it. Shaman Hassan home, is Kai Kodo. So there's a Behanane, the Hunti, Benibi Hona, Hona, Shantin, Hona, Benikinat, and Slatiki Hona, Hair Hona, Hona. Hon Lego Hoyet, Ego Hona. Zonago Hona, don't let that on in her a day, not send Hon should be in the machine Hona. Jonah Ishkard Hon, not Sanchama Hona. Ado Hon, our region. It's Kam Hon, made Dada Hon, made Nisto Han Nati, or AIC Hair Honchman has son. I don't know Hona. But Jada had a Shan Lahona. You know Hona. Leg on to the Lord. I guess I said I had a Lia. Then that's a shatter. Jonago Hona chill. As an art at Hona. I don't know. Got that at Hona. So what's that? So I don't know Hona. The street that. Art at Hona, the whole Hona, not a cow home, Manas done cow Hona. I don't know chill. And lay Hona, chill then, chill yesi. I don't know Hona, as art at the home, Zed and La Hona. And lay the Hona, and hit a yes car then Hona, and hit Zed and La Hona. And the dish need it that Hona. I did you in the Hona. I not in the count here, there, not a Hona. Ado Hona, Nan Hona. Yayid, Holonagi Hona. Ajanal, Deki Hona, Yayida, Ajanal, Hagi Hona. Gagi that, at Sa that, Gine that, as an art is hona as an naga hagi eda hona arona na thaid hollonigi task at hona as do so as an art is hona as do hona das de hot hona what ed la hona he hona juno in is got hadossa arona hona aron hen so hona ne ta hona Mistread egi hona benaititsi. Troiad egi hona trinil o benasitas. Aroko. Troi hona beda in hona. Adonana hodo ine nejanana dolle shota itsi kid ho di benda ho jenitsi. La jembe han rana zo spagi isi he ho shudi na nasini hona. A tinde ho danzo zide hat ashan beta nata. Now constant ho danzo zide ho shudi na nasini hona. Nagada ho shi hona. Vi het anda dokka, vi het hada sihon. Adon nan hon ne jo nana dolle hon nil nanes il enigi hon. Dit hon kinanes il negi hon. Jon go I hon. Adolle hon ba yel ti dolle hon adolle hon. Ba yel ti dolle hon. Adon nan hon saria dat egi hon sa kes. Ja egi hon ben il hon so dolle shidi na sini hon. Adon nan hon ni heke da alkohona dossa tota gohona alkohona on heke a cargo aronan osan dakre da alkon khabta hon mason dole jona na khabta da khin khabta hada zishigena na senika na khabada na hona bahada egi hon hit ba da tlanjo wate inossen hona aro hon dashni da hona khabta tlanjo wate inossen hona hada shi hona banha an hoda egi hona ajin khahunda docht li hona hona COVID-19 jo hat ada yojo la kana kesha adonana hona bana hanne hona delta variant eda hona ton hit anj hoda doshi hona dan hona bese da haj dole hona adonana da haj tin also ne da dole hona ne so le dole hona adonana hona hon lego ni hit man hat so kasha hona da kash zadash hon de jin khada da nosh hona al hon ya dam nishti ya egi hona ben ma hit zit dole ko da shit da egi ni so aj da doch le hona ala ek ad hona be kada des de le hona adonana hona al hona ba benashne dole hona because the last sodan lahon de kajo hon zada hona khabta hona shon dole aronan keslaw a hui plain hard halia hon hard shi yosh kash ne hon betred han ne hon bananas is hon khaba da shi hon qala yoba ni da halla hon be yelina bich enigi bash shuna bet so keben malik keda da halla hon de kash hon na khaba da hon shon na khaba da shi aronan hon vi ke hon zel ida dan da has kasha eda hon adije mit hon ez get oles adije ba da habil to doles adije khan na da hidoka aronan hon sai vi tsan da has kai hon ba shna dan la hon ilina des eni da hon ni in la hon hada ozni doles hon sanatan le doles hon bes last one need not down not a ni cut doles adije as kada adu wis hon what e doles adu hon tweet of sun in the hon ke masan and lund ke change it ni nalis sun in nalis tweet and the hon and astaz like hon khabta hon so doles hon adije hon and khabta agije khabta hon so na khash shna hon adije to chegi adije chenigi adonano edon khabta hon so doles hon ultra yezen nada hides kai ai down and the haskai Jai awada dashka. Juno hon banana na de ido lesson khas chniya sala hona ebe da hospital hona asla baha ebe hospital hona asla baha ijayelsen hotka yego khaba da khashia adon khebe trai honi tlani to hon yego hona na khabe keda no idon khada khashia to hona wata ito desen dole hona adon nan hon sandla hona sala at ehla hona nisamba kan nisamba ad nisana jin hona hada shin da da shite hona hada shin en da ne de hona تشتن نسين هون تشتن آده هون آده بين ده تشتيده هون آده ده هون نكتان كي بين هي ناه تليد ولا هون آده نانا نجيبه نجلين لهون نجيبه كاشين نجلين ببه إذا كلج إنه هو الآغو عن لي هون ناهو خي أجد أنه أجد إنه هو الآغو خبرتهم الصوت ولا هون بجي عندها دوت لهون نافع نانك إير ولا هون فلا إتشونيز أو نهجي نانتليش هون وتاي هون ألفون خبرتهم الصوت ولا هون أرو هون نخاش شمسة هون زي الإيد انتهاز تخ أرو نانا هون لابجي انتهويت إيه بتسيس لابجي انتهويت إيه دو أبيدات إيه أهد انتهاز شيء هون إيه هون بدها جو بايع هون إيه خبرتهم الصوت هون أرو ألت خدين هون هذا الشيء هو شدينا نحسين هو عالت خلنا تدنا آره هو تديد شيء هو تودن ليده تود ده زيج هون جناز كاره هو جناز كاره جو بين بس لده هون نحن نحن يجنا هو زود ولا هون آره هون خانا هو شد ولا آره يجنا نيد ولا هون هون نجنا ندولش ديج هون هذا الشيء ديج هون آخون شهد هون تفرزن بخاص بيد ولا هون هون شدينا نحسين هو بين عيد يجوا زود ولا هون آده هون شان بتا نات آدونتا نهو كفته هم نيشني عشني ده آلت خدن يجوا زود ولا وجون هستلين ولا وجون هستلين وجون هستلين وجون هستلين وجون هستلين thank you Steve.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, citizen Bay. Painty, Shehe, يا أطلع الدشين بالنشيات إيه لأن جنادي نيكتو نجيو أتليدو أدو يسكادو نجاشين ودا تزن بهينتي جيت أوجو دا إيه لا ناني تزنكو داشي نان يتلان هول جشتولي بكيه جتشيكو أدو سويشين دي يا announcements indeed. So, staff, do we have any announcements? Ms. Begay? Mr. Tahi? Ms. Woody? Any announcements?
Chair, Vice Chair, this is Shammy. I was trying to unmute myself. I tried to get on Zoom this morning, but having problems, so I just called in. I just want to let you know that today we are doing all of our budget legislation, as well as any of the pending legislation. And the other one that I need to let you know is that the report that was added on by Speaker at Speaker Damon's request, apparently that needs to be deferred to the next meeting. The other thing is that NABI is also meeting today, and Budget and Finance will begin their budget session, I believe, tomorrow as well, tomorrow, Friday. And then RDC will be on the agenda at the budget, B&F budget agenda for Monday. So we need to have all of our division staff that are working with the budgets to be there as well on the call. So we'll get a copy of the Budget and Finance agenda for Monday, and I'll get that disseminated to everybody. And the other thing is that I understand there's also a Navajo Nation litigation update that's scheduled for tomorrow and Friday. You all receive your notification from the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, so you should have that notification, as well as We will make sure that all our budget amendments we'll try to make sure, or we should make sure that all of our budget amendments are in order today. And I send you copies of the budget legislation as well as the PowerPoints for the meetings, the reports, and then I also sent you copies of the exhibits. So you should have a whole slew of meeting minutes, meeting documents from me in your email box. That's it, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gay, for the announcements. Other Resource Development Committee members, any announcements? Okay, agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Let's start with Resource Development Committee members. Brief introductions. Chairman Nez, introductions. You may need to unmute yourself there. *6. Jahi Nasnanda, Honorable T. Allen Begay, introductions.
Good morning, Vice Chair. Kudos Deje. Hanwani National Kiani, that's a Jabbatani, that's a chain. Out of this Chine, that's another. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Mark Freeland, Che, introductions.
Good morning, Che, colleagues of the Resource and Development Committee, staff, everyone on this call. For that prayer. Shay Mark Freeland, Shay Dothnigi Tutsoni, Slot Kia Ani, Bushes Chin, Sandra Kennedy, Shell Tuna Nation, it's also Kadies in a shot. I have 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo, Crown Point, Otto Nahadishki, Sehe, Besenti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayeze. I also have 23 other chapters as an Eastern delegate Eastern representative on RDC. Good morning to one and all, and I look forward to our discussions and our deliberations related to all the matters on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Herman Daniels, Che, introductions.
Yes, thank you very much, Kodota. My good Che, Kodota, Vice Chair, Kodota, yeah. Arinda Kodo Shinat, Shinigi Kodo, Resources and Development Committee, Kodota, Shinanda. Arinda Kodo, his staff, Kodota, Ashpoan, Artau, Arinda Kodota, Office of the Speaker, then Arinda Kodo, Mr. Tai, thank you. Kodo Shikodo, Herman Daniels Jr., ACG, Adonana, Adon, Slingi Epit Ani, Ado Kilachin, Edashe, Tuhet Lini, Adona Kretaneda, Edashe, Ado Hashkato, Edashanalaho, or that Nenschlenho, Mavetam, Natus on, or Jetho, Shanto, Ado in that Sapi, Kin Epanashlish. I represent the Western Agency on the RDC, Resources and Development Committee, 18 chapters, Western Agency. So that is the Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Jay.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Next is Honorable Wilson Stewart, introductions.
Oh, good morning, Shaja. Aro Shanaka. Aro Shawajaka, Aro Statham, Planagay, Aro is not on this morning yet. Quani de Shadow Wilson Sister Junior A. Shadow Twitsoni actually. Manish Edgecachini, Bashichin, Kachin, that should shade up in between the Shanella. Aro tell that Nija Hashna though. Though could have a best understand tell so back and cheat when it's on he cheat. Demons in the law, a Benchmarks International Auto for Defense Agency representation for Resource Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Shay got Thomas Walker Jr. edition. Non not Shing Hinch, be between the Shazed at the foot of the issue. Non not National Western Navajo Agency, Adiba. Chapters that I represent a city when I had lain to Nana Hasana, to Takoha, get a whatever. In the Lebanon, so Panashaka. I am the vice chairman for the RDC. Today I'll be presiding over this meeting. Rick Nez, Chairman Nez, are you still on the call with us? Introductions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, honorable colleagues, and everybody else that are on the line today. On RDC, my name is Rick Nez. Hawasanan Snow, Zeta Chin, Bashish Chin, Senahabit Lesha Cheroki, Ani National Hatide, and then Slinda Hastaga chapters, Panash, Nishige, Hogback, San Juan, and Hizar, Upper Frulam, Burnham, and Nickum. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Introductions. Adoshi, Hinan Adota, Shada 24th Navajo Nation Council. Members in the Jamie Henyo Shahi Shananta delegates introductions. Delegate Henyo.
Good morning, Shananta. I should be proud.
Yes, sir.
Agusin Nabiga. Agusin Adoshananta Resource Development Committee. The Bradon Jana. Delegate Herman Daniels Hatsadals in the IC back here. I need not 2020. Ado Sajaya have a clear budget hearing by my banal day. So, Shaya, she did check the Ado baseball on Chile, Clochende, Ado Twitch later, is so it's how partners house, so but the Shah at the ankle. Governor Shaya could have Kishni Inchlo, the Chini, but she's chin. Torque clean is a that was occasionally that the echo. Her tiny cheat the house is in the deep in EBA. Even a Jaya could at the agenda, I guess, how we house or totally chapter. So I could not Tanya partners a could like sneaks alcohol. I hear la or Shana. Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Honorable Henyo, for the introduction. Any other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council introductions? None. If not, we go to our legislative staff, Ms. Begay.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Chairman Nez, and the rest of the RDC team, and also the audience that are listening on the call. Yad Ebene, Auto, Shaya Shami Bigayan, Shiedo, Resource Development Committee Advisor. Nakadena Anslo, the Betlejan Bashishin, Tobahid Edashik. A son and son lane eg dango a adel nasha ado. Thank you for the prayer that was provided this morning. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Mr. Tahi, introductions.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of RDC. name is Rodney Tahi. I'm Kiani and Senja Kenne. I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Woody, introductions?
Oh, Yat A, Vice Chair. I've been Yat A been RDC members and listening to and everybody on the call. She Teresa Woody and she had all Traban Schlor the Battle and Bushes Chinky and Anna Shadow to a generator Chanel. I had all in each there has seen or later. I don't Mr. Daniels and Journal Hottenadins and he had gotten the door out on the and Mount Lord Ollie. I don't journal here that door. Mr. Vice Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Office of Legislative Counsel, Sean.
Yat A, Dineshik A, Yat A Resources and Development Committee members, Danaflinigi Ado, Yat A, Besh Banda Saani. Those who are gathered with us today, Mr. Henio is here and others will join us, so welcome. Che Mariana Khan, Dasha Jenya, Zahili De Nasha, Done and the Shingi A, Fuhidlini Nishna, but I think Bashichin, Dashi, Adasha Che, Zenjikin, Dashanala, DJ, Zahozana Den, Hitchin, Ishbe Hashnet. Ado, Yehet and Sago, Shiaj, so does in Behainsi, A, Henele. Thank you very much. Very wonderful to start off in that mode of thinking. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will go on mute now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. No, not speaker staff. Is anyone on the call from Office of the Speaker? Introductions.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, good morning. It's a Resources and Development Committee members. My name is Melinda Erviso Siako. It's an engineering shlonki ani bashichin. The Twitchini Deshachedo Deschini Deshanelle. I'm currently legislative staff assistant for Speaker Damon here in Winter Rock, Arizona. And thank you for having us on the call today.
Department of Justice. Anyone from Department of Justice on the call? Introductions? You may have to unmute yourself there.
Good morning, this is Lisa Yellow Eagle. Twittich eatni nishla aro natlane bashichin kobaha edishachain natlane edishanale. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yellow Eagle. Any other DOJ attorneys or staff? Okay, moving along here. Divisions, division directors, division staff. Introductions.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willie. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. This is Michelle Jones, Delegated Executive Director with the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Wava White with Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Good morning.
Good morning there, Ms. White, for joining us.
Good morning. This is Norma Bowman, Deputy Division Director with Navajo Division of Transportation.
Good morning, Ms. Bowman. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. This is Genevieve Bighorse from Western Regional Business Development Office with Division of Economic Development.
Thank you, Ms. Bighorse. Thank you for joining the Resource Development Committee call here. Hey, that's divisions and staff.
Good morning. This is Gloria Tom, the Department Manager for Fish and Wildlife on the call today.
Thank you, Ms. Tom. Okay. Hey, Dr. Nan.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Walker. This is Garrett Silversmith, Division Director for Navajo Division of Transportation. Good morning, colleagues and RDC members. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Welcome. Okay. Hey, Dr. Nan.
Yeah, this is Belinda Shirley, Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Okay. Hey, Dr. Division Staff. Division Director. Division Staff.
Oh,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
this is Che. Oh, yeah, this is Che Roshanantai, DAJ Chuliane, out of the Division of Economic Development, Banash. Yeah, it's Che on of Tommy Hinantai, the Resources and Development Committee.
Thank you, Satsuyo. Yeah. Hey, Dr. Nan.
Good morning, Elaine Young with the Small Business Division of Economic Development.
Thank you, Ms. Young, for joining us. Next. Hey, Dr. Nan. Introductions.
Good morning. This is Hope Wilson with Department of Resource Enforcement.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson, for joining us here. Is OMB on the call? Introductions? Okay, any other division staff, programs, departments would like to introduce themselves?
Good morning, Honorable Delegate. Speaker. This is Kevin Gleason with Navajo Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement Program / Animal Control Program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gleason, for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Helen Brown with the Office of the Auditor General. We're on the line with my audit staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for being with us here on the call.
Good morning. My name is Karen Bedoni. I am the Department Manager with Navajo AML.
Thank you, Ms. Bedoni. Go ahead.
Good morning. This is Sanlatsa Jim Martin with the Division of Community Development, ASC, with other DCD staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jim Martin. Introductions.
Ate Bennett, this is Jolyn Ashley, Chair for the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission, Western Agency Commissioner. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Ms. Ashley. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Executive Staff Assistant Philford from OPVP. Adobe Kehit Nihli Chitney. And Schneidon last year, but his chin and the Shiche. What the chin, the Shinada, Ado Yate.
Thank you, Honorable Philford, for joining us here. Anyone else from OPVP on the call? Introductions. Okay, any other divisions, programs, departments that are on the call with us that haven't introduced themselves?
Yatea Bennett, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Resource and Development Committee. This is Brian Parrish.
Hey, Mr. Parrish, good morning to you as well. Thank you for joining us.
Our pleasure.
Yeah,
sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Percy Deals from Big Mountain listening in.
Question, Mr. Deal. Yeah, earlier, chapter officials, the additional earlier, so I think they're still on the call. Let's get the divisions, the programs, the departments, set the introductions. Chapter officials. So divisions, the programs, departments, introductions. Now we appreciate everyone on the call here. The chapter officials nanta question da the hansa kiso the hold Percy deal so others that want to introduce themselves, now's the time. Brief introductions.
Good morning. This is Jimmy Secretero from Tohajale, New Mexico. Toba is not urgent, so Ani Bashishi, Yada Arnold for Shidne.
Yes, good morning.
Eugene Tony from Red Valley chapter, Vice President.
Sir, state your name again from Red Valley.
Eugene Zoni from Red Valley chapter, Vice President listening in. Jay Kutchi in Schlingo, Council, Basus Chindo, Kelchin, the Chichedo, Belkana, Shamala, Garden, and Chino, yeah, for listening in.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to our meeting also. Hey, last chapter officials.
Good morning, everybody. This is Francesca Abeda, along with Nora Morris from Tohaja Lake chapter.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. This is JBA with Hard Rock chapter president.
Did you say Hard Rock chapter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome. Hey,
Well, this is Byron.
Good morning.
This is Byron Wesley with Hard Rock chapter. I'm the Vice President for Hard Rock.
Okay, welcome, the Vice President.
Good morning. Chancey Martinez, Vice President, Raymond Navajo chapter. The Legislative District Assistant to Delegate Jamie Heen, you told it in Islam, Chishid, and Washington, Halso, that's none not creating that, that's a chi. Sherry.
Thank you for joining us. Hey, that's okay.
Yeah, Dick, this is Lavon Begay from Hard Rock chapter, Secretary Treasurer. Being the Tony National, top of Bashastin, not creating that, that's a chi do Kiani, that's another here.
Thank you for joining us here, Ms. Begay. Hey, Doctor.
Hello, good morning, Vice Chair. This is Etsy Anderson Abasta calling from OPVP. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. It's interesting that stuff. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Henry Salomon with Economic Development for the Approving Committee.
Okay. State your name again. I didn't quite catch that.
This is Henry Silent Man.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hey there, yeah. So, Talani Lake, Nasha. Want to introduce yourself?
This is Jacqueline Mitchell with the Navajo Water Rights Commission. Thank you for having us.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Any other officials, departments, programs, division staff? Introductions again. Thank you for all introducing yourselves. Resource Development Committee members. Number 3, be reviewing and approving the agenda. Ms. Begay, can you give us a reading, or Mr. Tahi?
Yes, Chair, I can do that.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. Resources Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is your regular meeting scheduled for Wednesday, August 18th, 2021 at 10 a.m. This is the agenda. Presiding, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. The location is by teleconference. Number 1, call the meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcements. Number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and approve the agenda. Number 4, review and approve the journals, July 28, 2021 and August 3rd, 2021. Number 5, receiving reports. A, report from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, the revenue replacement calculations. B, update report by Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, Navajo Nation Business Site Lease Approving Committee. C, update report on Navajo Nation Chapter Sanctions and Audit Activities. D, update report on Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project funding shortfall. 6, old business legislation number 0109-21, an action relating to resource and development and budget and finance, accepting the Auditor General's follow-up review of Hard Rock Chapter Corrective Action Plan implementation and imposing sanctions upon the Hard Rock Chapter for failure to implement the corrective action plan. Number 7, new business legislation number 0137-21, an action relating to Resources and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. B, legislation number 013021, an action relating to Resources and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Economic Development. C, legislation number 013821, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for Navajo Division of Transportation. D, legislation number 0139-21, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. E, legislation number 0147-21, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Community Development. F, legislation number 0155-21, an action relating to the Resource Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. G, legislation number 0114-21, an action relating to Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, accepting the Auditor General's follow-up review of the Tohajala Chapter Corrective Action Plan implementation and imposing sanction upon the Tohajala Chapter for failure to implement the Corrective Action Plan. H, legislation number 0127-21, an action related to Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, approving a change in resolution number CAO-35-18 for Twin Lakes chapter by deleting 3 projects in the year 1 funding period and adding new heavy equipment purchased in the year 3 funding period. I, legislation number 0158-21, an action relating to Resource and Development, Law and Order, Navajo Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending 2.3 NNC, sections 501, 502, 505 to 509, and enacting 23 NNC, section 600, chapters 6, Fish and Wildlife, Civil Enforcement. J, approving it to schedule a 2-day work session with Navajo Nation Water Rights Department of Water Resources and Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Unit. K, approving to schedule a leadership meeting with the Navajo Nation, with the Navajo Division of Transportation and others. 8, close of a meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Vice Chair, that is the schedule and the agenda we have for today. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tai, for reading the agenda there. Committee members, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Chairman, this is Shami. Before you request for the motion, under reports, report A, Navajo Gaming Enterprise, and report D needs to be deferred to the next regular meeting, Mr. Chair. That should be included in the main motion.
Che, good morning, Che. Delegate Freeland.
Okay, hold on. There's some background noise there. People, listeners, audience, either mute the your phone. You put it, background noise. It drowns out the main speaker. Advisor a committee members, Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Che, good morning. Nana, Yana, colleagues, chapter officials, good morning. I wanted to go ahead and make the main motion, but also in that main motion to also take off what was recommended by advisor Che, or defer it to the next RDC meeting, including item D. Thank you, Che.
Okay, Takashi, motion made by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second? Committee members? Is there a second?
Stewart.
Okay, Delegate Stewart, thank you for that second. So the motion, yeah, there's 2 items under reports. A, D, na kila. it deferred on into the next RDC meeting. Questions and comments, committee members? Okay, actually, I should be asking for amendments. Committee members, Honorable Begay.
Chairman, before doing the final adoption of the agenda, I'm requesting to add a legislation 0163-21 to the agenda, Chairman. That's my amendment motion.
Okay, question. We have amendment number 1 to add an item, which is legislation 0163-21. Motion made by T. Allen Begay. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second, Che Freeland.
The Honorable Freeland offers that second. Questions, comments on the amendment? Is she a new business item though? The new yatekeda. I have a question, advisor. The amendment, would that be, what letter would that become? Would it go after K, or would it go after L, legislation?
Honorable Vice Chair, legislation number 0163-21 would come after K, so it will be letter L.
Okay.
Chairman,
Vice
Chair, this is
yes.
Shammy. I was trying to unmute myself. That would become become J, and then the rest would move down. All legislation should come before committee businesses. So it will become legislation, J, and I'm getting ready to send out the copy of the legislation to you all. So it will be I-J-O.
Thank you for that advisement. Amendment number 1, you will become item J. So any questions, comments on the amendment? If not, then we can take a vote on that. Amendment number 1, Isha. All in favor? Chairman Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green, Che.
Green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, Stewart votes green. Honorable T. Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman K. Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, none opposing, and Vice Chairman not voting. So back to the main motion. Committee members, any other amendments committee would like to propose?
Che, Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Che. Colleagues, the Resource Development Committee members, could I offer to have item D, the report on the Navajo Gout water supply be deferred, or will that automatically just be done when we get to that point? Shanta.
Vice Chair, this is
Advisor?
Shammy.
Yes.
This is Shammy. When the agenda was read into the record, I indicated item reports, item A and B be referred to the next regular meeting. So it's already in the main motion.
Okay. Yeah, Honorable Freeland.
Hagushiche, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Begay. Come on.
Okay, any other amendments this time, committee? If not, we can consider on voting on the main motion. So the main motion, adopting the agenda with one amendment, Isha. So at this time, we'll call for the question here, adopting the agenda, main motion, Isha. So Chairman Nez, how do you vote? Okay, Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Okay, Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Kellen votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Okay, Honorable Begay vote. Honorable Daniel votes in favor. Though we have a vote of 4 in favor, none opposing, Vice Chairman not voting. So we've adopted our agenda here for today. Reviewing and approving journals, July 28, 2021 and August 3rd, 2021. Staff, Ms. Begay?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the journals was provided to you by Teresa. She emailed them out. Again, I also emailed them out to you last week. So you should have copies of it. If you don't have copies of it, we can ask Teresa to send her copies out again. But you all have copies of them, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Journals, ishi na kila. Motion, committee members, is there a motion?
Motion, Daniels.
Okay, Honorable Daniels, motions to approve journals. Is there a second?
Kiel.
Okay, seconded by Honorable Begay. Kushin, any questions to this? Any comments? If not, then we can take a vote. Honorable Chairman Nez, how do you vote? Okay, moving along. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green, Chairman Che.
Okay, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kiel votes green.
Honorable Begay voting green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel votes green. Hakushi, thank you for that. Vote is 4 in favor, not opposing, and Vice Chair not voting. Motion carries. Hakushi, nasaan do lishnanta Number 5, receiving reports. So update report from Division of Economic Development, Navajo Nation Business Site Lease Approving Committee. Presenter is Wava White. DED, Ms. White, you have the floor.
Vice Chair, this is Shami. What I'll do is I'll just send you copies of the meeting documents to you as we move along. I just sent out DED's report to you. I'm going back on mute now.
Okay, so Ms. Begay, you're saying that there's no oral report, just a written report?
There's going to be an oral report, and I'm sending you a copy of their PowerPoint.
Okay, Hakoshi, thank you. Ms. White from DED, you have the floor for this report.
Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, Ms. White.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good morning, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee. My name is Wava White, and I am the chairperson of the Navajo Nation Business Site Lease Approving Committee. I am also a principal economic development specialist within the Project Development Department. That's how I am today as a representing the Business Site Lease Approving Committee. We provided a PowerPoint to Ms. Shami Begay last week, and it was confirmed this morning that she received it and she was going to distribute it to each and every one of you. We'll just go by that PowerPoint on our presentation. I have also 2 other committee members that are going to help me present today. With that, I just want to go through the PowerPoint. On page 2, the slide page 2, it provides the Navajo Nation Leasing Authority through Resolution EDCAU 3909. The leasing authority was granted to Division of Economic Development, the Navajo Nation Business Site Leasing Authority. And with that, we have an administrative plan and management plan that makes up the Navajo Nation Business Site Lease Management Plan. With that particular documents and legislation, that's how we function as a committee to address Navajo Nation leasing transactions. And it provides a guidance to all staff and some enterprises that do Navajo Nation leases. Then on to slide number 3, it indicates our legal framework and our administrative framework of how we function, that we have a Navajo Nation Business Site Lease Regulations of 2005, and then also the Economic Development Committee Uniform Business Leasing Regulations of 2008. DED is responsible to promote all leasing transactions, to promote commercial, tourism, industrial, and other sectors of the Navajo Nation through these policies. On to the next slide, the approving entity, DED. EDC delegated the authority to DED for Navajo Nation leasing. And with that, we have committee members that make up, first of all, the Chief Financial Officer. At this point, there's no position exists. And then the designated staff from Project Development, and then designated staff from Small Business Development, who are usually the regional business development staff. And the committee members are designated and assigned, designated by the DED Executive Director. Then I'll go ahead and have Ms. Genevieve Bighorse go ahead and review the additional slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Wava. Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Resource and Development Committee. My name is Genevieve Kitso Bighorse. I'm with Western Regional Business Development Office. Nishliniki et sateshki nishla. Katnes dani et bashachin. Bipetoni dashache. Twadich itni et dashanala. And again, I'm with the Western Regional Business Development Office. And I also am a member of this approving committee. On slide 5, Shananta, is the business site lease approving committee members. First, we have Wava White. She's the chairperson, and she's the principal economic development specialist with project development. Her term for this committee is from March 18, 2019 to March 18, 2022. Second member is myself, Genevieve Kitso Bighorse, and I'm the Principal Economic Development Specialist from Western Regional Business Development Office. Also under with the Small Business Development Department. My term is from March 18, 2019 to March 18, 2022. On slide number 6, the third committee member is Henry Silentman, member from Shiprock Regional Business Development. His title is Senior Economic Development Specialist, and his term is from June 9th, 2020 to June 9th, 2023. And then our fourth member, who is an alternate, is Martina Yazzie from Chinle Regional Business Development, and her title is Economic Development Specialist, and her term is from October 2019 to October 22. The alternate usually is present at the meeting when one of us members is presenting a lease document before the committee. And then slide number 7 is also a member, is Jennifer Jones. She's the liaison to the committee, and her title is Administrative Assistant to Small Business Development. Ms. Jones helps the committee as far as the resolution, the agenda, and the minutes for the committee meetings. Then slide number 8 is the Business Site Lease Approving Committee members' term. We all serve 3 years term. We meet twice a month on the first and third Mondays of each month. We adopted a rule of order, and the approving committee here, we are to report a written report or oral report to the Resource Development Committee on an annual basis. So this is what we're presenting today. And on slide number 9 is the lease transactions. Is the Regional Business Development Office are mainly the offices that produce the business site leases and all the different transactions that are presented to the committee. And these offices are located from Fort Defiance Regional Business Development, Chinle Regional Business Development, Western Regional Business Development in Tuba City, Eastern Regional Business Development in Church Rock, and Shiprock Regional Business Development Office. We all do lease transactions. The other department that does leasing also is the Project Development Department, and they're do the commercial and industrial sites. And then slide 10, there's other transactions, sources that are also does leasing besides the Regional Business Development or besides the Economic Development Department. And those are the Navajo Nation Enterprises, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, which is NTUA, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Corporation, and the Navajo Nation Shopping Center Incorporated. So these are also the entity that does leasing, that present their leases to the approving committee. And then the next slide 7 will be presented by our other member, which is Henry Silentman. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair and honorable committee members, good morning, Nana. My name is Henry Silent Man. I'm with Shiprock Regional Business Development Office. Nakaidnenshna and Hawatlana Bashishchin and my Chase Twitter Chini and my Nelly is Clash Chini. So I wanted to go over the approval flow chart and give background on how we do leases. So the applicant, they submit a letter of intent to the appropriate DED department, could be the RBDO or project development. We receive the letter of intent, we provide technical services, environmentals, summaries, appraisals and such, and then we negotiate the terms of the lease. Once we negotiate the terms of the lease, we package it and put it through the 164 review process. It goes to our department manager, division director, division of finance, and department of justice. Once it's approved, it comes to our the lease approval and execution goes to the DED approving committee. That's our committee. And we meet twice a month, and we approve the leases and other lease transactions. After that, it goes to the real estate department for their compliance review, and then it goes to the office of the president for the final signature and execution. Once it's executed, then it goes back to the real estate department to have it recorded with the BIA, and then once it's recorded, it's distributed to the lessee and other organizations. So slide 13, our business site leases. This is information from our real estate department on the total number of business site leases on the nation. In the Shiprock agency is 25, Western's 53, Eastern 6, Chinle agencies 15, and Fort Defiance agency is 16. The total is 115 leases. These are leases that are under the Navajo Nation Business Site Lease Regulations of 2005. Some of our results in slide 14 is our business site leases. It's broken down by the years from 2009 to 2021, and from each of the approving each of the RBDOs and the project developments. So we have a total of 66 approved business site leases that has gone through the approving committee. Next slide, number 15, is our assignments. When we want to transfer a lease between two people or a person and a corporation or between corporations, we do a lease assignment. So these there have been 4 lease assignments since 2009. Next transaction is our lease modifications. We do a modification of the lease when we change the terms of the lease. If they want to do a restaurant, add it to it or something like that. Then there's been 49 lease modifications since 2009. And again, it's broken down by RBDO, project development, and then also the shopping center, and broken down by year. Next one is the next slide is business site lease terminations. So from time to time, we do transactions to mutually terminate leases, and there are 12 since 2009. Next slide is collateral assignments of leases, and we have 8 collateral assignments of leases. These are transactions with the bank. If they want to borrow money against the business site lease, they can do that, and they use the site lease as a collateral for their loan. The last slide for the results is the other committee transactions. There have been 5, and these are miscellaneous transactions like our rules of order or rescinding other transactions. Mr. Vice Chair, I turn it back to Wave of White to take your questions.
Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, that is our report from the Navajo Nation Business Site Lease Approving Committee. As required, we're supposed to give a report to you annually. Some of the membership had changed previously, and then also last year during the pandemic, a report wasn't provided. So here we are to go before you, committee members. So with that, I just want to say, ask if there's any questions or concerns on our report. We can go ahead and take that information now. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ms. White and your team there, the committee members. Yeah, Resource and Development Committee members. Is there a motion to accept this report?
Motion.
Mr. Chair. Second, Daniel.
Okay, Honorable Stewart motions, seconded by Honorable Daniels. Tokoshin, Naidik Kedishin, Vajanand, committee members.
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, other Resource and Development Committee members, other Shikeda is not I know my question will take me maybe almost half of the day on the presentation, Chairman. I believe that I just don't want for us to disapprove this particular report. Legislation, we're dealing with budget as well at the same time. So if I may ask the committee, maybe as a separate day, one-on-one, I mean, as inviting the public as well. Because I know there's a flyer out there asking for the NBOA for Title V. They're asking for input as well from Division of Community Development. The Kwigoshin and Nahot et Ane, Akoko Halit at the Lehinson addition, because the last time it was modified was back in 2009. This is the first time of the 4 years, unless I've missed a meeting, that this is being presented. I'd like to know the committee that establishes them business site lease approving committee, because I really like to know the overall plan of operation for that particular committee. Because across the Navajo Nation, I like to reference my 5 chapters. I've been bugging the Division of Economic Development and the Chinle RBDO on a lot of issues. The one thing that continues to, I guess, frustrates me or frustrates and disappointment is that some of our own Navajo people try to do their best to establish businesses on the Navajo Nation, but they're given the runaround, and then they kind of just give up. For one example, Talani Conwood, there was a couple that wanted to start a business, but through some technicality, the Division of Economic Development just told them that they can't do it or just start all over again. I've been bugging about the 6 business site lease in Mini Farms area. And then the Touchy Blue Gap, the oil and gas land withdrawal situation. The Low Mountain chapter, they have a business site lease there as well. So, across the Navajo Nation, just like yesterday, we had a situation with establishing broadband cell tower on the Navajo Nation, but we began to run into certain situation. Policy has on no. Ako dikat akonanat ako kodo peso to quishinos nedo that peso satadnes de no. Ako dit out that ido dit out that the ni go. I always ask myself, okay, I mean, what area are being concentrated, and why is it in our area not being concentrated? The snow is that in test case the she, because ebe ben nachiko did all huge. Na the dish kisiki holodo, and I like for us to have the Division of Economic Development provide a full detail of even at the finance, as it indicates on their screen. It says that there's no finance person. Akoko halet ala on shla. Tuk atwin zen. To a isikit at honena yishna kwa ake based on liniki. Ako if there's no chief financial officer, I mean, how do we expect to do anything? And who is really managing it? Ako akwaki shitik asto. Ako ben nachigo chairman. I like to reserve all of my question and possibly do a write-up of my series of questions that I have and forward to the office, and then whenever they have time to have a written response to me, which I'll share with my local chapter officials and the community, because in each of the community. Ado benashe edi kodo khana shin be benhudit as hajo be chahanati zeto ad hajo na itish kit, and then everyone else that needs to be at the table needs to be part of this discussion, because a lot of these deals with the BIA, a lot of these land withdrawals of business site leases deals with the local chapter as well. Chapters or the local officials or the BIA are never involved. Chairman, so I like to request. I'm not saying to stop it right now, but if other committee members have questions, let them ask. But I like to reserve my questions until we reschedule a meeting with the Division of Economic Development on this particular report. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Brigade. Today's meeting, the Banas adding an item to the agenda to schedule a leadership meeting for this purpose. The additional information, and your questions and concerns. Again, but we can add on an item to our agenda today at the end of our meeting. If you can, I may need to be reminded. Any other questions, comments to the report?
Mr. Vice Chair Daniels.
Yes, Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Division of Economic Development. I don't know. You go ski. in regards to the economic development business that higi. I don't know what my the kitty or you like in the Western Agency area, we have a lot of business people, tour operators that I don't know, other individuals running businesses. Or you wishing the kid or let's I don't know any how that should maybe what we can do have a separate leadership meeting with economic development. I mean, the question behind the critical, I don't know, beach, or you don't know, share other there. Because we have Nabi, so I don't know, we have legislation that we need to act on. So either you could have a hospital that could have those should say had Ziggy could have I think could have vacation boundaries maybe another day, another a separate meeting, leadership meeting could have a hospital. Okay, Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. So yeah, that's what we're looking to do. Any other questions, Shananta, committee members? If not, then we can vote to accept the report. No other questions, comments? At this time, I will call for the question. Kosheen, how do you vote, Honorable Chairman Nez? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Ellen Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green with condition that we schedule a meeting as well. Chairman, appreciate it.
Okay, that is noted. Kosheen, Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote in the affirmative.
Honorable Daniel votes affirmative. Kosheen, Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Are you still on the call with us? You may need to unmute. Kosheen, we have a vote of 3 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chairman not voting. So the motion carries. Kosheen, thank you for the report, Ms. White, Mr. Silentman, Ms. Big Horse. Yeah, cool.
Thank you. Send it to JT.
We have another report here. Let's see, the next report.
Vice Chair, this is Shammy.
Yes.
That would be item number C, which is a update report on the Navajo Nation chapter sanction and audit activities. I sent you a note earlier indicating that Helen Brown, the delegated auditor on general staff, might not be available. She's covering Nabi as well. But there's a Karen Briscoe, principal auditor. She will be able to provide the report as well, Mr. Chair.
Kosheen, thank you for that. So the Auditor General's office question has on this report. So you all have the floor, staff. Ms. Brown's on the call. We welcome her, but staff also is here to assist.
Hello, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Ms. Brown from the Auditor General's office. I'm on the call.
Okay. Thank you for
Jay.
being on the call with us. So you have the floor, you and your staff, for this item.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Again, this is Helen Brown from the Auditor General's office. I'm the delegated AG. I'm also on the call with Ms. Briscoe. She's our principal auditor, but I am available to present this report. I appreciate the committee's understanding that I'm also on the NABI meeting on standby to present our budget. What Shami sent to the committee members is a memo that I issued back on August 2nd. This is in regards to the request that was made by the committee on the July 28th meeting to the Division of Community Development, requesting for a status report on sanctioned chapters. And so I thought it would be important for our office to also share our status report with the committee. So I issued this memo to the chair of the committee, as well as Dr. Yellowman at Division of Community Development, as well as Ms. Jim Martin with the ASC office. Back on May 11th, 2021, I did send letters to all of the sanctioned chapters to request for a current status of their efforts in addressing the audit findings by implementing their corrective action plan. Each chapter was asked to provide confirmation on the status of the audit findings, whether they were resolved, and if they were encountering any type of barriers that might be hindering their implementation efforts. And then to also provide us a anticipated timeline of when maybe we can come back to do a revisit. So attached to the memo is a summary of the responses that we received from all of the sanctioned chapters. If you can go to the second or third page of the memo, the attachment, those chapters are listed. The first one is Alamo. They had a total of 17 findings that they had to resolve, and as of their confirmation, they informed us that a majority of them, about 14, have been resolved. So with that in mind, I am anticipating a revisit to Alamo, possibly the first quarter of the next fiscal year, which is FY22. The next chapter is Bahaska chapter. They indicated that they have only addressed about 10 of 24 audit findings as of their confirmation. So with that, it seems like they still have some work to do. So the revisit will have to be determined as we continue to work with that chapter in addressing those audit findings. The next chapter is Crystal chapter. They reported to us that 20 of 23 findings have been resolved. So with that, I do anticipate a revisit back to the chapter the first quarter of also FY 2022. So that will be sometime between October and December. The next chapter is Lube chapter. They informed us that only 1 of 6 findings have been resolved. So again, that's an indication that there's still some work that needs to be done. So the anticipated revisit will have to be determined, is what we indicated. The next chapter is Mariano Lake. They reported to us that all of their 22 audit findings have been resolved. They indicated that they are ready for a revisit back by our office. ASAP is what they indicated. So I do have them scheduled for this fourth quarter of the current fiscal year. I'm just waiting for an auditor to become available, and we can go ahead and schedule that and hopefully find results that we can lift the sanctions for that chapter. The next chapter listed is Sanasti chapter. They reported to us that all 6 of their findings have been resolved. So with that, we did go ahead and commit with a revisit to that chapter. It's going to be a third follow-up revisit that's currently ongoing at this time, and we hope to have that completed by the end of September. The next chapter listed is White Cone chapter. Unfortunately, we did not get a response from this chapter despite repeated requests. I'm not sure what the cause is. It may be a staffing issue, but we'll continue to follow up with that chapter and hopefully have a determination of when we can make a revisit to that chapter, hopefully in the near future. Number 8 is White Horse Lake. They indicated to us that 19 of 23 findings have been resolved. And so with that, I anticipate a revisit the first quarter of FY22. And again, all the anticipated revisits are based on availability of our staff. The ninth chapter that is also sanctioned is Raymond Navajo chapter, but we did not send a confirmation to that chapter as we recently completed a second follow-up review back in April 2021. Unfortunately, that revisit indicated that the audit findings have not been resolved, so the sanctions are still in place there. But I understand the chapter has been working closely with the ASC office to address those audit findings. So hopefully we can hear back from the chapter sometimes in FY22 to do another revisit. So those are all the 9 chapters that are currently under sanction status. There are 3 additional chapters that we are recommending for sanctions. 2 of those chapters are on your agenda today. The first is Hard Rock chapter. We actually completed this follow-up review last September. We finally got around to getting this legislation going and to get it presented to the RDC committee and BNF. And so that's on your agenda today. The other one is Tahajule. We did a follow-up revisit earlier this year. Again, they did not fully implement their corrective action plan, hence the recommendation for sanctions. So that's on your legislation. The other third chapter that we're recommending for sanction is Ojto chapter. We recently completed a follow-up review. Excuse me. And that review also determined that the cap was not fully implemented. So that's the reason why we recommended sanctions. So those are going to be 12 chapters that could be potentially under sanction status. But again, we have a number of them that we anticipate conducting revisits. So hopefully, if those are successful revisits, then we'll have several of those chapters out of sanction status either by the end of this fiscal year or at least going into the next fiscal year. So that is where we're at with regards to the sanction chapters. And again, our office continues to work closely with Ms. Jim Martin's office, her ASC staff, with the various regions, and they've been very helpful to us and trying to address the issues that need to be addressed to get these chapters out of sanction status. And we continue to prioritize these chapters as was requested by the RDC committee. So anytime a chapter is ready for a revisit, we will try to work them into our schedule so that we can get out there and address those issues for the chapter. So that is what I have for the committee today, Mr. Vice Chair. If there's no questions, I can get back on my NABI meeting, but I just wanted to share that with the committee. Ms. Briscoe is on the line, as well as some of my audit staff. They will be continue to stay on the line to address the legislations that are on your agenda. So thank you, sir, and thank you to the committee members for hearing my report.
Okay, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Chair.
Okay, so somehow I'm getting muted and so forth. Try to unmute myself. Anyhow, moving on. Thank you for the report, Ms. Brown from Auditor General's office, the acting Auditor General. Yeah. Hello, committee members. Motion to accept the report. Motion in a second. Committee members.
Chairman Kealan, have some question.
Okay, do you want a motion?
Oh, yeah, motion.
Okay. Okay. Honorable Brigade motions. Is there a second? Committee members? Committee members, is there a second to Delegate Gay's motion to accept the report?
Jay Freeland.
Okay, Honorable Freeland offers that second. Thank you for that. Agoshina, I did catch you. Honorable Begay, question? You have a question?
Chairman, similar to the other comment that I've made, report the key, but I appreciate the update. I believe 2 years ago, we tried to set a goal as a committee that this committee would, get these chapters out of sanction and keeping chapters out of being sanctioned, and that's the goal. But I know there's always a change of leadership and then change of staffing at the local level, although with the vacancies and so on. Chapters, I'm not sure what the status is as far as these chapters that are listed. I guess I'd like to pose a question to the Administrative Service Center of these area. Alamo is probably Eastern, Eastern, Crystal, 45, Sloop, Western, Mariano Lake, Eastern, Sanasti, I think it's Northern, White Cone, Fort Defiance, and then White Horse Lake, Eastern. If you look at the budget, if you look at the budget, Form 2 of 7, program performance criteria, goal statements, tabaka, goal 1, this is some of the business unit. I believe this is which area, Lat and Dita. But it does say for business unit 108125, it says to build and assist the 110 chapters with the 5 management system policies and procedures. The second goal is to provide guidance and steps to all sanctioned chapters and lift of sanction status and monitor corrective action plans. Third goal statement, to provide guidance and steps to assist chapters with audit. Goal 4, to establish a sustainable chapter operation and quality assurance. The ASC, because one chapter is not responding, there's a purpose and reason of these ASC. I mean, just sometimes paper, sending documents by email or mail or what, it's not effective. But COVID-19 does maybe what about telephone call? Phone the dot so dig at the 8 hour dash dosh bahund it the base bahans unlit linit that show chapter episode na hui neti hot dosh need a store. I mean that comes to my mind when there is a statement where it says no response from chapters bakaki joto nahalnet la or shipping hot that's but yet the performance criteria, the goals with each of these budgets says otherwise. to help the chapters because different areas, different situations, these chapters are sanctioned. Yes, a lot of it has to be done back with the local chapter. But again, sometimes there's always a conflict of how the chapter community approves some of these action by chapter. Penalize some chapters, and I'm not sure if some of these chapters are in the situation. But the community votes on it, and I'm not sure if that's the situation and is because of these sanctions. ASC, what specific have they done? And I believe majority of them are, I guess, they're performing okay, because a lot of them says 14 out of 17, 10 of 24, 20 of 23, Jean Luc A1 of 6, Mariano Lake 22 of 22, so that they should be getting out of sanction. Senosti 6 of 6, they should be getting out. White Horse Lake 19 out of 23, so there's progress happening, but how long has it been? I guess that's one question. I guess that's part of the plan of operation for the ASC. Chapters that's a bit the perspective ASC that's a question Chairman. And then I have follow-up question on this.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Brown, you have a response?
Hello, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. And again, to the RDC committee members, I believe Mr. Key Allen Begay's questions, I would have to defer those questions to ASC if they're specifically for ASC. I can't speak on their behalf. But I do understand the committee's frustration on, what the committee may have set as their goal 2 years ago. We are mindful of that. I think it's a common goal that we share between not only with the committee, but ourselves as well as ASC and the Division of Community Development. But, we also understand that there are things that that occur at the chapter level that do impact some of these efforts. I think the key part is the staff turnover. There's, some of these chapters are struggling to maintain permanent staff. Some chapters are struggling to hire permanent staff. And so that does impact the efforts to implement their corrective action plans and address these audit findings. I can't speak for the chapters that are not being responsive. That may be due because they do not have staff at the chapter level. But again, questions that are specifically to ASC, I would defer the questions to them and to Ms. Jim Martin or to Dr. Yellowman. So that will be my response, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown. So, Jadid, audit related information, those sanctions, and then the role of the ASC, it seems like that's another area to be getting into. Been done. On the local ASC offices or regional on the chapter staff DGA Auditor General Office Nico update na long. Although like Key Ellen Begay, Salihi mentioned earlier, just like ahanda baana da dit insurda di asati banya na to aso ada I see it's on that nilo chota ba yati e yat eto lecho chahat leko akona need now shin sa ko chudo onsen so committee members and keep in here. Are there any other questions, comments, committee members? If not, back to Honorable Begay Shahi.
Chairman, okay, I really don't have, I know they're doing their job, the Auditor General. But again, there's always a misinterpretation is what I've viewed at several areas because in the midst of some of these audit finding, another auditor, performer, doing the performing is interpreting a language than the another auditor general. Ko e kwaki do hot Asian so yeah stoban sus case did even like I think there was one chapter was being sanctioned just because that the some staff were not doing their monthly meetings or haven't gone to a training or something. That's why they're being sanctioned. No, I mean chapter shimpe peso then halit a kwaki bin sanction el nato lechun so that it in but as an overall kodo jod adan yal that nes de do ado kodo the nepe bakite or what I mean one is too many chapters to be sanctioned to deliver effective service to our Navajo people. That's the overall. The operation they open he run latching hit the nan linikit the sabach and the nado ado sato do baka aye dasa ko niki kwaki na nishin handasian that e kwaki o on the needs and the co open and latin the nessa or that there's Jaben Nago Kodo, I think in part of this discussion, even though it's a report from the Auditor General, again, I mean, I like for the ASC, the central office, and then maybe even one of the chapter officials or the chapter coordinator provide a report directly to the RDC and see how and what they are doing directly. They could some of these have been completed today or something. Koko hodat ego hajo halit au kwaake beben nachi and I'm not sure what we want to do with the two recommended chapters to be sanctioned. I believe if the committee is okay with it, maybe do another a separate special meetings, nothing but addressing these sanctioned chapters, and then other policy that's in place. Not a leadership meeting or work session, but a separate standalone special meeting relating to this. So if there's an action that needs to be done right there and then we'll do that within the meeting that we've scheduled. A call work session doors leadership don't need all we're going to do is talk about it and then we'll be scheduling another meeting. So that's my recommendation specifically that a separate special meeting of the RDC addressing this particular issue. By that time, I'd like to hear all around from the local chapter and then the administration and the ASC. So some of them they may produce the lacking documents at that meeting and say, okay, I mean, then try to help in getting a response from Whitecone. Chairman, that's my recommendation. But otherwise, I guess we just have to accept this for a report. So that goes to the question of the two legislation that's on the agenda. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay, committee members, staff. I would say that my guidance, I guess, or advisement from here is to consider this at the end of the meeting, Nana, to add an item on the agenda, to specify that it's a special meeting for specific purposes, as my colleague here, committee member, indicated. So I will note that. Wait till when we finish our meeting here, then we can go around and ask for motions to add these items. Committee members, any other questions, comments on the Auditor General's report, update report? We can call for the question.
Chairman, this Vice Chair, this is Shammy.
Okay, hold on. Advisor, Ms. Begay.
Vice Chair, based on Key Allen Begay's comment to call for a special meeting to have another discussion with Auditor General and Division of Community Development, ASC, and the sanctioned chapters. If that's when you want to consider legislation 0109-21 AAR not table the data. Auto 0114 it's on the agenda. You may need to defer that to the special meeting, and it has to be done by motion. I would ask for Mariana's comment on that as well, to make sure that we are not tabling the legislation 0109-21 twice, because it will die if we do a second tabling. Before we get to it, I think we need to have take some action on it.
Okay, Hakoshi, thank you, Advisor Ms. Begay. Accepting the report. The next item, we get into new business. So before we get to that, we can ask that question. So the motion and second to accept the report, to vote to accept the report. That's where we were. If no other questions and comments on accepting the report, I will ask for your votes. Chairman Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green for the report.
Okay. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Key Allen votes green.
Thank you for that vote. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, we have a vote of 3 in favor. There are none opposing. Vice Chairman.
Che, sorry, I'll vote green, Freeland.
Okay, so Honorable Freeland votes green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, none opposing. Vice Chair not voting. And 1 member excused. So we're done with that report section. The new business or old business actually. Legislation 109-21. So before we read this into the record, I believe it's already been read into the record before because it's on table status. Before we pick it back up, Ms. Khan, can you give us some guidance as to the request from Honorable Begay to defer this item again to a later time? It's already on table status. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee, this particular legislation, I see legislation 0109-21, is legislation that is supposed to be heard by Resources and Development Committee first, and then the Budget and Finance Committee. That tells me that the Resources and Development Committee is not the final committee. When this happens, when there are more than one committees, and possibly when there's more than one committee on the headline of the legislation, every committee but the first committee has to consider the legislation, and it goes on. And I see this one was tabled. Once it was tabled, it was supposed to move on to the Budget and Finance Committee. And the Office of Legislative Counsel has taken the position that anything such as deferring it or having a work session and such is along the same lines as tabling, in that this particular committee, in this case RDC, is not final, and the legislation must go on to the Budget and Finance Committee, which is final. If there is a suggestion, a recommendation by the Resources and Development Committee that a work session be held, then that could be put into the report, but it goes on as a recommendation to the committee with final authority, in this case, the Budget and Finance Committee. But it is my reading of Title 2, Section 164A11 that a legislation that was tabled by committee without final authority over the matter shall move forward to a subsequent assigned committee of the Navajo Nation Council. And that is the situation with legislation 109, which is currently very explicitly says it's been tabled. That should go on and not be considered any further by the Resources and Development Committee. And I would say the same thing with the other legislation that is currently on the agenda, that once it is considered, that it moves forward. That's my reading of 2 NNC 164A11 with regard to tabling or action by a committee that is not final authority. Mr. Vice Chair, that's my reading. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that information. Back to committee members, though, advisor, if you can provide additional guidance to us on this. The 0109-21 advisor, then the wishes of the committee.
Mr. Vice Chair, I agree with Mariana, and that is why I stated that we need to get Mariana's input on it and advisement. As I recall, legislation 010921, the request was that the current chapter official, the current sitting chapter official city, they were newly elected, yet they support the sanction, but they are diligently working on and correcting the problem. Of course, RDC members did not want to impose sanction. Of course, that was why you all requested for a report from Division of Community Development. Done to report on the sanction chapters. And Kadenana, Auditor General, they provided a report to you. Legislation 010921. Committee report. I don't know if the sponsor, Jimmy Yellowhair, is available or attending the meeting. Like Mariana said, you can put language in the committee report that the committee recommends a work session on sanctioned chapters. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Begay, for that advisement. Honorable Yellowhair, are you on the call? You're the sponsor for 0109-21. Honorable Yellowhair.
Vice Chairman, Resource Development Committee, and your colleagues too. This is in a reference to legislation 0109-21. I'd like to just give you an update. Why was this a problem with the there was no corrective action plan implementation, and the problem was why was a failure to implement the corrective actions plan. Of course, the not giti koto ya ita audit and ya when there was audit was going to complete, and the problem is we don't have a position chapter coordinator, though we didn't have a position for a secretary and treasurer and also a AMS. These positions there were vacancy. Of course, and then implement that. If you give us time to complete this, to have a hard work chat for implement the corrective action, they don't leave because there are new staff. And my agent, chapter president, JBK, is on the line. If I'm off, he will assist me to give you update information. JBK is a young gentleman with the new chapter president, and he's not you don't mind. I'll give the floor to JBK. He's on the line too.
Okay. Just isn't that so easy. Quite a legislation to get you to decah. Committee just set up a table daily. Not that the deal so a car, tandem a car, not all so not that the nail so it out a day net or the crashing table, not all the trade to bonnet. What I been it's a how Sedlin ko ado inan ado sa avances question no ko eko the quick chapter shin aje section adabdilyagi to ado sa ben nahat ahaki to junati to question isa ko jonneniki shin papa bahatitsi ko ashidan sande Kaliya 0109-21 nigi evacuated the Kachudanet Michi Ilawasha BNF committee shin Panado Sosto Ada Panahasta Yayalchi Hashida Ilehiki Konse Kodo Ajigobit Hikijo Kwake in Shinan Shadid Nishananda. So this time Mr. Gay the legislation 109-21 nigi machine declining Mr. Gay.
Mr. Vice Chair, that legislation was read into the record, and let me pull up the document here real quick. On we read it into the record, and that committee report is attached to the packet that I sent you earlier, and it was RDC considered it on July 28, 2021. At that time, based on Delegate Yellowhair's presentation, a binina table Ilya, we will have further discussion. Ado a Division of Community Development Auditor General was called to the meeting, to provide a report. Of course, that's where it's at. Just like Mariana said, you need to do maybe provide language in the committee report that we're going to send to BNF recommending that those reasoning why Jimmy Yellowhair cited be taken into consideration by BF Budget and Finance Committee when they discuss the sanction portion of it. In Hiben, Holney, Hashit Alba, what say? And Nidia Koyan Nikichina. And those recommendation could be included in the committee report. Committee report, late BNF to go Nahati. Those language will be in there. Although I guess the other thing is that you need to make sure that the legislation is properly back before the committee by doing a motion to reconsider, to bring it properly back to the floor on the committee. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, there a motion to recall 109-21, get it off the table, get it back before the committee. Is there a motion?
I'll motion to bring that legislation.
Okay. Honorable Stewart, thank you for that. So motion made by Honorable Stewart. Is there a second? Committee members, you may have to unmute yourself. Star 6. Second. Is there a second? Going twice or going once? Is there a second going twice? Nanda. Advisor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Chair.
Okay. Oh yeah, don't discuss so. Naso. So advisor though, Ms. Khan failing to have a second. That's my question to you. Advisor, then Ms. Khan.
Vice Chair, I would refer that matter to Mariana.
Okay, Office of Legislative Counsel, that's the question.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, the Title II 164A paragraph 11 states that in this situation, RDC is not a final authority on this matter. RDC tabled the matter. Once the matter was tabled, it goes on to the next committee. So in this situation, the matter has already been considered. It was tabled. Now it goes on to Budget and Finance. So whether or not there is whether or not there is a second on this motion, it has no repercussions to the legislation. The legislation moves forward. And that is my understanding of the 164A11 language, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you for that information and advisement. Committee members, so if there's no second go, the legislation automatically goes to the next committee. So I am concerned that RDC, then our recommendation is will not be on record. So is there a second? Okay.
Is it too late to motion? Oh, I'm sorry, Freeland.
No, it's not. Honorable Freeland, second guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So motion made by Honorable Stewart, seconded by Honorable Freeland. Now it's back on the on before the committee. Committee back to you, or advisor. So legislation Niki Kayla present nearly sponsors.
Vice Chair, can you repeat that, please? I didn't catch it. Are we under new business?
Yes.
Okay.
109-21 committee. Their motion second though. So we take a vote.
On the old business, on legislation 0109?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, old business. So let's take a vote on this. Get it back before committee. Motion they'll second So they all vote on this. Once we've taken care of that. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
I'll vote green, Chair.
Voting green, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Voting green, Honorable Stewart. Key Ellen Begay. I'll vote in there. How do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Okay, Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Honorable Daniel votes green. Chairman Nez, how do you vote if you're on the call? Then A, 4 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair doesn't vote. So now we have 01-0109-21. I'm sorry. Now it's back before the committee. Advisor do sponsor shinkat. That was my earlier question, Ms. Begay. Sponsor, she represent Nanite.
Yes, Mr. Chair, do you give,
Okay.
hold on. The sponsor is the sponsor of the legislation. Auditor General needs to present because they initiated the audit findings and requested for legislation. So Auditor General, Jipana, give the floor to them, and then afterwards the sponsor will speak since he's the delegate for that chapter.
Okay, thank you. Auditor General.
Chairman Keelan, point of order.
Okay, there's a point of order. Delegate Begay, what's your point of order?
Chairman, there was a point of, my point of order is that there's a reason why we've tabled the legislation, and I believe it doesn't has to deal with the Auditor General. Maybe the staff needs to review the minute, the actual reason why we've tabled the legislation, because Auditor General already presented during the initial presentation of this legislation. Chairman, that's my point of order.
Thank you for that. Advisor, Ms. Begay.
Mr. Vice Chair, if that's the point of order that Key Allen Begay is raising, then it's the committee's decision, presiding chair's decision to decide what action needs to take.
Okay, so the reason we tabled the legislation in the first place, the reason was that addressed, was that satisfied? Later, they're not questions or concerns. Back to the committee. That's the point of order. My question is that we follow through on that. The reason why we tabled it in the first place, those concerns that were raised, those questions, were they addressed? They're no longer concerns or questions. So that's what I'm asking. Advisor to Legislative Council.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, earlier when you asked me a question on it, I gave you information that there was discussion that occurred on July 28th, although the committee wanted to have additional discussion. And so we brought in Division of Community Development, IDAN, presented that ila on their work with the sanctioned chapters. There was a memo that was sent in by Auditor General. Memo, no. But they wanted to also provide an oral report. Auditor General needs to report the yila. So as the Auditor General indicated, there are work happening. Also, ASC do chapters between the nishne. When you look at the listing, many of those chapters, they have come quite a ways to where they're at now. I think the main concern on this particular legislation is that chapters officiality do sanction at all nilta. Their new official later a nahas trana a akuta illa ebenina katanahas tranadi do sanction at all nilta. I think that's the position of the committee, because there was no staff at the chapter because of the COVID. Ebenina do sanction at all nilta don't need. Of course, if that's the position of the committee, you need to put language in the committee report, making that recommendation to BNF. Ado osago go ade ado yandast in the less sanctioned portion. Don't need. I mean, that's. You need to put language in the committee report, how you want this particular legislation to be considered by BNF.
Thank you for that information and advisement. Honorable Begay, Nancy, your point of order.
Chairman, I apologize for, throwing a lot of monkey wrenches in this process. But late table Ilya, I believe we've made this discussion and with consensus by the sponsor, Kodor's brother, Mr. Yellow Hair. These telling that the Soskokutat in the Hajobi that it did, and that was the reference that I've made during the Auditor General's report. The Gi Bahasi ad Katnana Bahanana Sigi Hajodit at Asatibat at Koko ad in the Hajo the sanctioned chapters Ziki Hajot at Adornis. It doesn't make sense to me, a committee. Yes, we can forward this, and I always contrary could only advisors that the men advisor be our legislative council provide some information that sometimes it seems that we can't do nothing about it. I believe we could have just said that, Mr. Yellowhair, could we hold off on this particular legislation? So I think that would have been the direct question. So I mean, even though we request adding a language not to sanction, what if the BNF sanctions, and then at the same time could you meeting asatin dot edati need could add a deal na ako add asatipat another sit about is could chapters sanction a deal na ban ne do yash honda ko ad indi ad hajo ki ne te inda hajo be bahos no asa chibi banhot ango ad indi hajo bandi. That's the whole intent of my request for that special meeting. Ko ad in the Mr. Yellowhair, and then other chapters that are subject for sanction, and then I believe there's other sanction chapters that are not listed. Ko digit and in the hajo bandi jot all ACG Behasi and Ita when this particular legislation was being tabled. I didn't want to motion or second, but if the committee chooses to move this forward, let's ask for a special meeting, resolve all this whole situation on one day with all these sanctioned chapters, legislations, and those are in sanction status, Chairman. But I leave that up to you. So that was my point of order, Chairman.
Okay, committee members, committee members, because that's to proceed, and I would like to hear from committee members. Nanda.
Mr. Vice Chair. Hey, this is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you. Kudo da shiche kudo. Yeah. I see. But by here in kudo, I don't know kudo legislation kudo kitang sa soldi. I see kudo e. Bansa ke so nana khalita do next to da e kudo baban ye tik kudo. Ne hotwa kudo na gate when this legislation came before RDC. When was it? A couple months, couple weeks, or three weeks ago. That's again. So I down with that need and kudo da adonana kudo shasa Delegate Yellowhair. Oh yeah, to keep it at RDC. Yeah, but Baba Sati, later by session Tahotis, Ecuador need that call the Kodosa should say Yahazi and Ecuador. There are chapters that are legislation Kodona for chapters Kodona sanction Adonana Cat a Johata a nasty legislation called from my region. There's one chapter Kodona what up and Nasi Glass Kodo. So it's on the 5-day comment period. So Kodona so I see we really need to have a meeting Kodo to discuss these are chapters that are being sanctioned, and some are going to be sanctioned. Kodo Aronomic CAP corrective action plan. So I could a nasty cost legislation Kodo. So Kodo should say Hatzigi and what Ecuador I see Kodo I about the case as Kodo so Bahasido Kodo Vice Chair Kodo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Daniels and Kisha. Honorable Stewart, Honorable Freeland.
Che.
Yes, you have the floor.
Delegate Freeland, thank you, Che. Thank you for Shana with their comments and concerns as well. And I always think that these chapters, the chapters that get put on sanction, it was done for a reason. It was always done for somebody else's past action. And then the officials that come in, they have to pay the price for past actions. What Ms. Begay stated, the recommendation to include language, I would definitely be for that. To BNF, it always seems like the past, and with all due respect to Office of Auditor General, it's a lot of work for them to put this together. It does take some time, but by the time these reports are done and the findings are completed, the officials that or the individuals that committed, I don't want to say committed, but placed these sanctions, sanctions upon these chapters are already gone. There's got to be a way for us to figure out a way to how do we make this to reflect those officials that are in that standing at that time, in those positions at that time, rather than the new officials that come in. That's the part I have a little bit of trouble with. There's Whitehorse Lake, there's Tuajale, there's Rama out of Eastern Navajo. And of course, Bahasta is right next to us. It's a concern. It's going to continue to be a concern. And I really appreciate the chapters for doing their due diligence to get out of sanction. There's a lot of work that they're doing on their side, the administration, those staff, Affinity. They're putting all this together, and we just got to figure out a way to have, if there's some way we can get all this put together, so when these acts are violated, that comes down on those officials, right, rather than them leaving. So, Eddie, thank you, Che.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Stewart.
Yeah, they don't say that. Those and I can. Those may I cattle. It's not argue this afternoon on this legislation. I don't know, Shania, Mr. Yellow here. When he's a and as policymakers, we need to revise or reestablish the policy for the chapters, because they don't fall. We all know they don't fall under any one branch. They kind of asati. They do their they do their own thing, but yet the funding comes from the nation. And we have officials out there, we have chapter staff out there that are get into the position, and some of them work well with others and others don't. Then when it gets reported, and they start blaming each other again for their mishaps. There is really no plan of operation from the nation to the chapters, and down the road it's going to cause a lot of conflict. It's going to cause more conflict if we don't get a grasp on this. We have chapters that have come, and we need not only to revise these policies, but also the ones within title, within the law and order titles as well, for embezzlement, for fraudulent use of chapter funds. I mean, all they get now is a slap on the hand, and they're allowed to go back to another chapter and work at another chapter, or go and work for another entity. We really need to revise these policies and get more serious with our funding, and get more strict with how we're going to implement these things. You work for the government, you work for a school, you have policies in place for those fundings. We don't even have that. And I think that, we need to revisit these areas like this and have work sessions in these areas as well, with the Auditor General and with DCD and DOJ, to see what we need to do to get those policies changed for the benefit of the nation and our community members as well. Those are my thoughts to it, Shaja.
I appreciate your comments and concerns.
Jack, this is Shammy. Vice Chair, this is Shammy.
Okay, go ahead, Shammy.
Just additional information. As I stated, this legislation was tabled on July 28, 2021. And at that time, Key Allen said we need to hear from DCDC. Ebony na a August 3rd, Yada Division of Community Development provided a report. They covered the sanctioned chapters and provided an update on the heavy equipment and ARPA and the monsoon relief report Adalia. But at that time, Key Allen was on travel to DC. At 12:30, Godashininda, he called in to be part of our meeting. So by then, I believe DCDC had already completed the report. Thereafter, Auditor General Ida Memo Lago Nihito reported the Resource Development Committee because we did the findings. And kinkinal source the Okojo RDC no. That's why they wrote that memo providing an update. They wanted to provide an oral report. We had them on the agenda, but we had to move them along until now. Today, we finally have them on the agenda. Just an update, Chair.
Okay, Akoshin. So, TV members, it's like, okay, hold on, sir. Just, last time though, you could do these, you could take action in this way, John, you didn't know. So at that time we decided to table it's back before the committee. This legislation is back before the committee for action. I guess so we're kind of limited on what we can do. Although I believe there's another question, Honorable Freeland. Question, one of our members, question to Legislative Council. Can legislation be withdrawn at this point? Is that an option? That's a question. Ms. Khan?
Okay, I have a question. Freeland. Nana.
Okay.
This, if I may, Kay.
Okay, Honorable Freeland, go ahead, proceed.
Thank you, Che. My question is to Office of Auditor General. Do the current officials have to pay back their utilization of their stipend or for past or previous officials, or do previous officials get docked somehow to pay back the nation? How does that work?
Okay, so let's take one question at a time. Just a question. Yeah, we're not asking anyone to do anything. A question. So the legislation did ask a sponsor. What's the effect on a table legislation? So that question's for Mariana Khan. Honorable Freeland,
Mr. Vice Chair, would you like me to go first?
Yes, please.
The effect of the tabled legislation is essentially, it needs to be removed from the agenda and go on to budget and finance, because the opportunity for RDC to consider the legislation came when it was read into the record on July 28th. At that time, RDC tabled the legislation. And according to Title II, 164A11, it states that legislation that has been tabled by a committee that does not have final authority, when it is tabled, it moves forward to the committee, the next committee in line, and eventually to the committee with final authority. In this case, it is the Budget and Finance Committee. If it is something, this is not, if this is a process that is not agreeable to you, then amendments should be made to the 164A11 process with regard to committees that do not have final authority. And that would make this very clear. But my reading of in Navajo Nation Code 164A11 states what I just said, that a committee without final authority, when it tables the legislation goes forward. Just for your information, my understanding of the Budget and Finance Committee, when when a legislation calling for sanctions comes before the committee, they've come to realize fairly recently that some of the individuals who caused the action and who are no longer working or officials at the chapter does cause problems in that the individuals who are now going to be sanctioned for other people's behavior, that does not that something has to be done with that situation. And what I've seen happening is that the Budget and Finance Committee then reconfigures the time period to fix the problems, to allow for the new officials, to allow them more time to fix what needs to be fixed. And that is my understanding of how the Budget and Finance Committee is trying to take care of the situation in which an official, a new official who had nothing to do with the questionable action is given more time to fix the problem, which I would assume is still in existence. And so there is, I don't know how many months, years, a year or so that Budget and Finance is using in those situations, but I have seen at least, or heard of at least 2 situations in which language was put in at Budget and Finance to take care of that kind of situation. Mr. Vice Chair, I hope that was helpful. If you have any more questions, I'm listening. Thank you. I'll go on mute now.
Okay, thank you for that advisement. Honorable Freeland, your question is that Ashbiga, Nancy issue. You have a response to that?
No, Abiga. Thank you, Chair.
B&F committee, they can address these situations that you asked the question about. Like I said, we're kind of limited as to what we can do, although to do it properly, either to be proactive or to be helpful to the situation. I guess the chapter, the sponsor, committee, the recommendation in the committee report, the next committee, committee report, committee recommendations. Again, na oka. What adoshi be nika yat eto. Abetzi le be yatchi oto di Hard Rock chapter e legislation dida. Iba winda. Depended in nada study leadership. I think that our requests through our recommendation could be honored by BNF, and of course sponsored. Yeah, no, come. What the bonets? I could air question on leadership meeting. Ito abansan na ni Kistole. To the Krigo sheet, Nahot, it's just not Hard Rock. There are other chapters, and there's things that need to be addressed. Honorable Freeland.
If I may, Chair, I would, in the committee report, like to include language recommending Budget and Finance Committee to hold past officials accountable, not the chapter. Think of the way child support is established, the same scenario, the same setup. If we could figure out a way to do that, hold these past officials accountable, not the current officials or not the current chapter administration. We've got to figure out a way to do that. So maybe in the committee report, recommend that to Budget and Finance. So, Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland. Other recommendations, committee report. Other recommendations. Honorable Stewart.
No. Yeah, in honest, and then listening to this, asking for recommendations. I think somewhere in this whole process, we need to ask that or request or put in there with legal advice as to state that officials who have done this in the past, or that have left a mess either at the chapter as a chapter administrator or an elected official or both, that they be removed and also prohibited from doing any public, holding any public office until the sanction is removed, or like I said, they replenish those funds back to the nation. But that would be under the get together a work session or a leadership meeting with the different entities, and also to see what other recommendations maybe the auditor general might want to say too. And recommend towards this, because they see a lot of these accounts themselves and where the mishaps are happening. So they probably have their recommendations as well. So
okay, thank you, Honorable Stewart. So recommendations, Gita. Any other recommendations? Hold off on the sanctioning. There's a recommendation.
This is Delegate Yellen here, Vice Chairman. Can I say something?
Okay. I'm right in the middle of a question, I guess I posed to the committee. Holding off on sanction for Hard Rock chapter earlier. 8A, a recommendation going to BNF, RGC members.
So my recommendation would be to move forward with it. Because when we move forward with it, then it'll keep the process going. If we hold off on it, yeah, it's gonna hold it back for I don't know how long again too.
Okay. Okay, Shahi, Honorable Yellow here is a sponsor. Hadi Stephanie. Shana.
Oh, Celeste, Vice Chairman, RDC Development Committee, and your colleague, didn't know any little patient, Bahia, Sunqueba, Kiki. Oh yeah, Shea Kuroban, just case I said a whole lot of based on the chairman, Mr. Naz. Ni Halanza, Hola, it is only thing that they are sort of say agenda was on the legislation that pertains to hard drug hotel Kalanan Niziko. Okay, Hola, Nile Halanza, Landet, Soya. As a budget finance committee, one of these the same action that came before to be in that committee. My concern was why do we sanction chapters communities that they're not at fault, like elderly scholarship, 10 days project, 20 days project. We hold a lot against our own community in it as being a committee. They're not at fault, but because there's funding, the big funding is coming up, April money. If we do this to these other 9 and altogether probably 11 chapters that were involved, I favor to implement these collective action plans. A quick area on these on heat in $100. Even in how long will it be hold? I made a mistake earlier that was a large facility. I'm sorry, Vice Chair. I need to justify English it all means so. I don't think but I'd like to give the floor to David Gates. No. See, Ita Arada and Yayata, there was no chapter coordinator though. I think it was a secretary and treasurer and stuff. The EMS, they're not there. They were short on staff to do a follow up on corrective action plan. So there was no implement corrective action plan at the time. But right now, all on this case, or that the James Gibbs on the again so the when open nation case, how far we at on correction action plan on hard drug. Of course, we should wait, or if we can over to be in a committee, and we probably had to do the same thing to recommend that the section. But these guys are not here who are all involved on these misuse or never follow up these other policy pertains to accounting. So the segregation duties. Science it's like another has those chapters. Yo put the heart around with the segregation of duties. Subdivision with that. Elsa with Adi with that. Echo. I don't see because maybe on the 30 young man should just maybe modify these policy. I could candidate with cloudization of vacancy. Out of ordinary and these new charter officials are doing their best to specify and trying to do a policy that will be their duty and responsibility. I know ethics and rule of Shiki. There's I think their policy is kind of too flexible and maybe give to the court. Court can find these officials that have misuse of funds that can be imposed them against them to pay them back because it's just like IRS. and the family had problems as a whole, but they had to pay back as whoever a file on marriage file. Because this way, I think we'll take care of business, but maybe someone can do legislation to do better. What's the policy they have on the ethics and rules? I think they had enough of this going on. Anyway, but I'm going a little bit out of line. But if you don't mind, my colleagues, the RDC committee, if we could hear from J.B. Gates just for the information. I'm very flexible. Share the other legislation. I do respect your order the last time. Agenda. Vice Chairman Honorable Walker and J.B. Gates, he's on the line too. And they doing a corrective action plan. How far they're at. I go back on it now, Vice Chairman.
Honorable Yellow Hair, Mr. J.B. Gay, at the request of your delegate and sponsor, you can shed light on the matter here, the issue. You had the floor.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the RDC. Yate Shea J Bigay Yadashijin Ado Totnas Nele Large Itaseta Tedel Donja Sanjikin and Shlon Chishabashin Twitchin the Cheda Touchy National. On behalf of Mr. Yellowhair's request, we are implementing the corrective action plan on a daily basis. Although within the last month, I believe was 2 weeks ago, the ASC did come out and did a review. I'm not sure if you're able to give them the floor, but they can go over the report that they had, that the review that they went through, the CAP review. Egerton, and then also Mr. They came out here to the chapter and they were here for several days doing a CAP review. So we're working on this on a daily basis. So don't think that we're not don't see that it done here today. But we are abiding by these CAP, working on a daily basis with our officials and then also our staff. AMSA March and Hanatsa ko Auto coordinator but it's been several years now that we've been without a coordinator. So with he says Auto up but then you need niche go out. So I was saying yeah, Mr. Begay solutions. Yeah, I don't know. Honorable Yellow Hair. Did I should now he told and the programs Gito Auditor General Joe the recommendation and that will go in our committee report. I guess back to that. So obviously we want certain things done. Are there any other recommendations at this time? And, so we can act on this legislation.
Just to the chair, Vice Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair again.
Honorable Yellowhair, Stahi Ad.
Auto shed Nana shed Dibanit on this correct action plan on the hardwood chapter. As you echo, J issue this kunde avec edo na an shashi in zo state the ni a copy na shati kudo still JK key dispositions that open on the Shinigi under the Egerton Gene and the other team with the chapter official. Can they also elaborate for your information? Obe ahos ben yasnant but not a haven't yet. Now to the Vice Chairman Honorable Walker.
Okay, John, hey, but we're right in the middle of getting more recommendations. Not on the team. Das case, committee members, additional recommendations that will go into the report that would be forwarded to BNF committee.
Vice Chair.
Yes.
This is Leon Spencer from Burnham chapter.
Okay, so can we hold on to that, your question or comment? Recommendations. I want to see if the committee wants to include recommendations. Obviously, there's two of them that were stated. So that's what we're doing here, putting together the recommendations. Committee members. So the committee members, the recommendations, they will be added on as amendments. So is there a motion to add these recommendations to the legislation? A committee report, so. Advisor, can you hear me?
Vice Chair and
yes.
RDC members, on the recommendation, I would recommend that you do it by a motion and a second, and then and then that way it would formally be recognized as RDC's recommendation to BNF. It's just going to be on the side. Ojo, the recommendation it did not, and by motion and by second, and that way I'll put it in the committee report. But when you're ready to move in that direction, I would like to have the vice chair do a recap on those recommendations so that it's specifically recorded and how we're going to move forward and refer the legislation to be.
Okay, committee members, recommendations. We will do that by vote. So I'm asking for a motion and second, that we can recap the recommendations. Jananda. earlier on my phone. I've been mute. That's why I was asking, can you hear me? That's just for the quit the phone. But anyhow,
I'll motion, Chair.
okay. Motion made by Honorable Freeland on the recommendation. Is there a second?
Second, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart offers the second. Takoshin, motion's been made and has been seconded to include recommendations. Recap. Iki recommending to hold former officials, administrative staff responsible. To hold past officials and staff responsible for actions that led to the sanctions. To communicate to BNF committee to hold past officials and staff responsible for actions or activities leading to the sanctions. Although the other one is to hold officials and administrative staff to prohibit them from holding public office. Those two. So those are the recommendations that will go into our committee report. Without that case, any questions to that? Questions or comments?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Mariana Khan. Mr.
Okay.
Vice Chair. Mr. Vice
Okay.
Chair?
Yes, Ms. Khan, go ahead.
I heard one more. I heard that recommendation was to hold a work session with regard to sanctioning of chapters and all the issues that you were bringing up. I heard that as a third recommendation. I don't know if you wanted to include that or not. Just what I heard. Thank you. I'll go mute now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan. Motion party, the third recommendation. Motion party.
Desire.
I don't see yet though. Would you concur with that?
Nope.
Chairman Delegate Kellen, is there a comment that we can make?
Sure.
Chairman, I'm not really sure what we're doing right here. The legislation, and in the midst, I did say point of order. That's when it diverted the actual considering the legislation. And through our discussion, other committee had made other recommendations. But I don't want those recommendations to be reflecting the hard rock
hot up a but not in that nako. So yeah, at the snap either. So those other recommendations could be done separately. Let's consider addressing the legislation itself. Chairman, that's my recommendation again to you. Those officials what happens if the legislation doesn't pass? Then I don't know that these other recommendations. So we need to address this legislation itself first. Then the other recommendation, maybe as a directive. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay, for your comments and your concern there. I don't know about yet. What is it? Eat Asha, no, be magic cut. I don't know that I could you go shot eat Asha, be the snatcher, no. Trade it, I don't need to a kit. And this one's taking some time and multiple concerns. Although with the limited amount of things that the committee can do to all that considered. Although to put back things into perspective, the Auditor General, agent, sponsor, Jimmy Yellow here, for the record. Motioning party, Honorable Begay, the recommendations give set at the Asati Dolly. Niniki legislation today, be neat. Niniki Shah Hotel, John Cable Cases. Jananda.
We can
say that again.
Oh, we can just attack just this legislation. Oh, and then the recommendation that we did get a move on a different route with that one.
Okay. Although as suggested, that could be a directive. So the legislation is as is. The recommendations need a motion. Yeah, it withdraw the article. So, Clash Bahanana, the amendment, both saw Chokwagi, Ben Hiodney. At the no joke, we could vote on the legislation. Without recommendations, move it to BNF.
Chairman Kellen.
Okay, to the Honorable Begay.
Chairman, the recommendation added language to the legislation itself agree that the Resource and Development Committee is not recommending the sanction. That's the language added at the considering that we'll be dealing with this particular legislation, and that's what that's a recommendation as admitted language into the legislation, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Begay. Advisor, into the legislation when we vote, we would say the recommendation to board count. Advisor.
Mr. Chair, yes, we can just do the recommendation if that's how the committee is going to approach it, that's fine. You also have the option to just approve the recommendation by the Auditor General or disapprove their recommendation to sanction, or you can approve the sanction with specific conditions. That's all up to you to recommend to BNF, and we spent 2 hours on this legislation, Chair.
Thank you, Advisor Gay. Shinanta, Kodo, Advisor Yehatziki Nan Akwege. Recommendation to not sanction. Ito behatot. Ito ipori kado le chohat neko. Ito doubt the other language to use is disapproving the Auditor General's recommendation to sanction Hard Rock chapter. Although there could be specific conditions. Committee members.
Chairman, point of order. I believe I made a motion that I need to add a language that we don't sanction the chapter. Chairman, that's my motion.
Okay. If you want to make that a motion, committee members, is there a second?
I'll second. I do have a question though, Che.
Okay. Agushin, T. Allen Begay offers a motion, seconded by Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, you have a question also?
Thank you, Che. If I could ask my brother, motioning party, Nosengi, if we can take it a step further as well, not recommend not to sanction the chapter, but to also include maybe some recommendations attached that would state that until further discussed between RDC and Budget and Finance Committee at a leadership meeting to be determined related to past matters of leadership, previous leadership, or something to that effect. If that's okay, brother.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Begay, I think you're okay,
Chairman, I would agree with the language, but not necessarily that it's reflecting the Hard Rock chapter of this particular recommendation. But like as I indicated, there should be also a separate message sent to BNF that these should be considered along with the other legislation, because we have another legislation that's coming forth. I believe it's Alamo, or chapter again. And that'll be the same situation again. So I don't think we need to add those language in all these legislation, Chairman.
Okay. Honorable Freeland, back to you. We don't need to do this right now.
That's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so it's back to the added language in the form of a motion. Committee members. So we're recommending no sanction. Honorable Begay. Voted that
Chair, this is Delegate Yellow here, Vice Chairman.
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
Honorable Yellow here.
Okay. Can I able to talk now, Vice Chairman?
Oh,
okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so that there's one too, legislation 0114-21. This is applied to that one. Just for the information,
Okay, Hakoshi. Go ahead, Nana. Okay, committee members, back to this recommendation that we could vote on. This time I'll call for the question. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Red.
Red. Okay. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kale votes green. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote? Shay Daniels, how do you vote?
Green. Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Chairman Nez, if you're listening, how do you vote? Okay, so we have a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposing, Vice Chair not voting. So that motion carries. So back to the main motion. Any other questions, comments? Voting on the main motion. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Be careful, guys. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kale votes green.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Mr. Chair, I got cut off. What are we voting on? I just got back on.
Okay, main motion, Shananta. We're voting on the main motion. So how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Nez, Chairman Nez, how do you vote if you're listening? How do you vote, sir? So we have a vote of 4 in favor. There are no opposition and Vice Chair not voting. Motion carries. Honorable Yellow Hair. Legislation. So we're down to new business, item 7, legislation 0137-21. Question, advisor, Ms. Begay, let's have a reading of this legislation.
Honorable Vice Chair, I can do the reading for the legislation.
Okay, Mr. Tahi, go ahead, proceed.
This is proposed legislation tracking number 0137-21, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. Being enacted, Section 1, Authority A. The Resources and Development Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2 NNC Section 500A. B. The Resources and Development Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. 2 NNC Section 501C1. C. Each oversight committee shall review and make recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instruction 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, the Resources and Development Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding Navajo Gaming Regulatory's Office fiscal year 2022 budget. 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Resources and Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. A, the Resources and Development Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office, recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided to the budget, to the funding type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Resource and Development Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund Budget, Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Resources and Development Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget Finance Committee on these recommendations. Attached in the legislations is Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, and Exhibit E. In addition to it, there's a memorandum addressed to Honorable Ricky Nez, 24th Navajo Nation Council, from Mariana Khan, Principal Attorney, Office of Legislative Counsel, dated July 28, 2001. The subject is relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. Last is the 5-day comment period, which was posted on July 30, 2021 at 5:26 p.m. and the 5-day period ended on August 4th, 2021. There is no comments supporting, no comments opposing, and no comments on recommendations as well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for the reading. Committee members, is there a motion for the legislation? Okay, Honorable Begay makes that motion. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you for that. Honorable Freeland, Honorable Rick Nez, sponsors. So Honorable Freeland is on the call here. Although there are amendments to be made to this legislation.
Vice Chair, this is Shammy.
Ms. Begay, go ahead.
Vice Chair, this particular legislation, we need to do an amendment. During the budget hearing, there was a request for carryover, and that would be the amendment. And I sent you copies of the proposed amendment, but I would like to read the proposed amendment into the record. So on page 2, line 22, add section 4 as follows. Section 4, recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee carryovers for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. It'd be a new paragraph A. The Resource Development Committee recommends the carryover of all the unexpended balances for the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office, business unit number 120000 01. And number 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, section, exhibits accordingly, if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. That would be the amendment language, and it would require a motion and a second, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Begay. Is there a motion to for the amendment number 1, committee?
I can make that motion, Shazam.
Okay, Delegate Stewart motions. Is there a second?
Second, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels makes that second. Question. So amendment number 1 to get read into the record. Carry over. So questions on that? Comments? We can vote on this. Committee members. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kale votes green.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green. This is Daniel.
Okay, Honorable Daniel votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused from our meeting. So we have a vote of 4 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. So that amendment carries. It passes. Back to the main motion. I don't know if the sponsor has anything to say, Honorable Freeland, before we vote.
Che, Resource Development Committee members, this is a legislation that was sponsored by Honorable Chairman Nez. I am serving as a co-sponsor. It's a request for the budget for Navajo Gaming Regulatory for the FY 2022. I don't know if anyone from Gaming Regulatory is on the line, but this is the budget for next year's cycle. But ADH, I don't know if I can get some time to Navajo Gaming Regulatory. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone from Gaming Regulatory Office on the line?
Yes, sir. This is
Okay.
Michelle Jones, Delegated Executive Director, the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. You had Mr. Chair or Vice Chair and members of the Honorable Committee. I appreciate your support on the carryovers and on our budget. This budget is a funds management plan. It's derived from fees that we receive on our gaming licenses, and it's about 3% of our overall total NNGRO budget. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I'll sponsor the Chair, Honorable Freeland. So, main motion, any questions, comments? If not, then we can vote on this legislation. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kale votes green.
Okay, Honorable Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Daniels, how do you vote? You might be on mute. Star 6, Nathan Shot Chair. Press star 6. So, okay, Chairman is excused. Of course, we have a vote of 3 in favor. Opposing, there are none. And Vice Chair not voting. So the main motion passes. Sponsor and agent for this legislation. Nasinanda or Lishinanda? The next item is legislation under new business, letter B.
Vice Chair, I'll read the legislation into the record.
Okay, go ahead.
Into the record. You have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0130-21. The date on it is July 28, 2021. Title of the resolution, an action relating to resource development, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. The purpose of the legislation is to approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2020 budget for Division of Economic Development. You will note that the legislation is only assigned to RDC. Prime sponsor is Rick Naz and co-sponsored by Mark Freeland. You have tracking number 0130-21 and action relating to Research Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Economic Development. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Research Development Committee is a standing committee of the Nomination Council to NNC Section 500A. B, Research Development Committee is the oversight committee for the Division of Economic Development to NNC Section 501C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendation to Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the Annual Budget Instruction 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 2 findings. The Resource Development Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development's fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Resource Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Division of Economic Development 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Economic Development. A, the Resource Development Committee hereby acknowledged the proposed nomination fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Economic Development recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided in Fund Type Budget Summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Resource Development Committee requests the Budget and Finance Committee of the Nomination Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary Exhibit B. Recommended changes in the General Fund Budget Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation legislative concern in Exhibit D. And recommended unmet needs in Exhibit E. C, the Resource Development Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. You will note that attached to the legislation are exhibits A through E that is referenced in the content of the legislation. The packet was posted on the council website on July 29, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on August 3rd, 2021. No comments were received. The committee conducted their budget hearing, and there was one amendment that was recommended, and which is to Exhibit E to the that's attached to the legislation. There was a recommended unmet needs budget, which is currently posted on the divs with the legislation. I sent out this morning, I sent out a corrected Exhibit E that needs to be amended to the legislation. If you see Exhibit E that has contract compliance officer salary in there, that's the correct exhibit that needs to be swapped out as an amendment, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair and committee members, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, for that reading. Legislation as read there. Is there a motion to approve this?
Motion.
Okay, Honorable Stewart motions. Is there a second?
Kellen.
Okay, Honorable Begay seconds. Advisor, Ms. Begay, in the Nikito amendments to the legislation. There's one amendment on the committee members.
Motion, Kellen.
Okay, Honorable Begay motions on amendment number 1. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart offers that second. Although sponsor is Chairman Nez and Honorable Freeland. Agent Chief then the amendment sa nis trabaho na to patpa nalsos pa dalia don hijabil ni ako hotela. Are there any questions on amendment number 1? If not, then we can take a vote on this. Committee members, Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Chair, are we voting on the amendment or the main motion?
The amendment.
I'll vote green.
Okay, voting green. Honorable Freeland, Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Gale votes green. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Honorable Daniel votes green. Chairman Nez is excused. We have a vote of 4 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. Amendment number 1. Kasi main motion not sponsor my good Che from Eastern Ishbahansi. You and your agent.
Okay, Che, colleagues, resource development, community members, other staff, thank you. This as well is a legislation pertaining to FY 2022 budget for the Division of Economic Development. Definitely appreciate the amendment request and passage of the amendment as well. I don't know if Mr. J.T. Willie is on the line. I want to give him some time. If we may, Che, just to maybe give a recap or a little bit of time for him to speak to the budget itself. Mr. Willie, are you on the line?
Yes, Honorable Freeland, on the line.
Mr. Willie, you may proceed. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. Aro Yate Arnold Kodikon, our Resources Development Committee. Honorable members, as we are aware, the division had started the presentation to leadership in regards to the overall presentation of our fiscal year budget 2022. We have provided all of the information as requested and have also delivered the materials requested by Oversight Committee in regard to the overall budget. Through the various processes that we went through with the hearing, we have developed the recommendations that were verbally discussed with our members at our last hearing. Therefore, we have developed those into the amendments that were recently approved by honorable members, which I'm very thankful of. Each one of our offices have been working hand in hand to work with what we have developed here and move forward. We would like to give special recognition to each one of our departments, our support services, Mr. Tyrone Chi, Mr. Patrick Yazzie, for developing all of the necessary information and exhibits that have been provided to Ms. Marianne Khan, as well as to Shamama Shami Begay, and prepared all those up until this morning with some changes that needed to be made with the correct information for unmet needs. All of those have been submitted. We do have opportunities to look forward to in the FY22 year. As discussed through our hearings, we went through a series of questions and highlights. I think one of the highlights that we look forward to this upcoming year is the Chief Financial Officer position returning back to the division, as well as also the economist position to get funded full-time moving into the next fiscal year. As we have submitted our retirement notices that were brought up by Shania Honorable Kian Begay, we did provide memorandum of those positions, as well as our timeline to establish some new employees to come into the division. So we are on track right now. Today is August 18th. We have been preparing those positions for advertisement, and then soon to do interviews to have those positions filled by October 1st of the new fiscal year. So we have been taking adherent and listening to the recommendations by honorable committee members. I appreciate this time, and I look forward to us moving forward the attached legislation to Budget and Finance and on through our Navajo Nation Council. We appreciate your guidance and your insights through this process as we move forward. Vice Chair Siche, I'm turning it back over to you. Shana Honorable Freeland for being part of the sponsorship, and also to Chairman Nez of our legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, sponsor, for your statements, and then Satsuido, JT Willie. Any other discussion, questions, comments on the main motion here? At the machine, we can vote on this legislation. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green. Che.
Green, Che. Honorable Freeland, green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote? Honorable Stewart, how do you vote? Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Daniels, how do you vote? And going back up, Honorable Stewart, how do you vote? The Chairman is excused. We have 2 in favor, no opposition, Vice Chairman not voting. That motion carries. Advisor, can you read next legislation 139-21?
Mr. Chair, hold on. Just 1 minute.
Councilman Vice Chair Thomas Walker.
Yes.
This is Delegate Hania. Just hate to interrupt, but it's your committee meeting, but do you still have quorum? That's my question.
We have
Amy
three.
Henio, can you please mute your phone? You have legislative summary sheet for tracking
Point of
number.
order, Thomas. Vice Chair Walker.
Hello. Kailan Chairman Henio?
I appreciate no interruption from your advisor. I asked you a question, Shananta.
Oh.
That's why my phone was unmuted.
We don't have a
So I would
quorum.
appreciate it, Shananta, Vice Chair Walker. I'm concerned if the RDC does not have a quorum, then if it comes to our legislation, we might not be able to present it.
Mr.
Okay,
Vice
hold on,
Chair,
hold on.
that's correct.
on.
We don't have a quorum.
Hello. I think sometimes. Okay. Hello. I think sometimes our phones, they're off and on. That's why we can't hear each other. That's why it seems like we're interrupting each other. It's because we're not hearing each other sometimes. Vice or Honorable Daniels is on the call here. So we do have a quorum. We need a quorum. We need to maintain a quorum here. So, Ms. Begay, you're speaking there.
Mr. Chair, with the last vote on legislation 013021, I was trying to unmute myself, but letting you know that we don't have a quorum and we can't take the vote on 201. So that's where it's at. We just don't have a quorum. Mr. Chair, we can call the meeting.
Okay,
Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, this is Delegate Rick Mills.
Yes.
I am on the call. I would like to vote green.
Okay.
I go in and out of phone service area, so Sananda.
Okay. Hagoshi, thank you for being with us, Chairman. Honorable Daniels only hatzi, so. And he did text in and saying that where he's at, there's a lot of rain coming down, thereby it's interfering with his call. So my question, I guess, would be to Shami, our advisor, if after the vote's taken and then like we're moving on, but the next legislation is not read yet, so can we add the two votes? The ones that didn't vote, can they vote at this time and be recognized? That's my question to the advisor.
Mr. Chair, I would refer that question to Mariana.
Okay. Ms. Khan, question to you.
Mr. Vice Chair, Chair Pro Tem, in these situations, there is nothing written in the rules with regard to this situation, but what has been, I have observed at the Navigia and at the council level is that the speaker allows votes to come in provided the next legislation has not been read into the record, and I guess in this case, fully read into the record. That is what I have heard as recommendations in a situation like this, Mr. Vice Chair. I hope that is helpful.
Okay, thank you for the information and advisement. So I will recognize Chairman Nez's vote and Honorable Daniels' vote also due to the technical difficulties we have with these virtual meetings. So the earlier vote, it's 5 in favor, not opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. Advisor, Ms. Begay, can you read the next legislation to record?
You have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 013821. The date on it, July 28, 2021. Title of the resolution, an action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Transportation. The purpose of the resolution is, if passed, is to approve and recommend to Budget and Finance Committee the proposed FY 2022 budget for the NDOT. This legislation, RDC has final authority. Prime sponsor is Rick Naz and co-sponsored by Mark Freeland. Tracking number 0138-21, an action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and recommending to Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Transportation being enacted. Section 1 authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource Development Committee is an oversight for the Navajo Division of Transportation. 2, NNC 501C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendation to Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instruction. 12, NNC Sections 840A, Section 2 findings. The Resource Development Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation fiscal year 2022 budget. 12, NNC Section 840A. B, the Resource Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Division of Transportation. 12, NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Transportation. A, the Resource Development Committee hereby acknowledge the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Transportation recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided by the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Resource Development Committee requested Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budgets, Exhibit C, recommended condition of appropriation legislative concern, Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs listed in Exhibit E. C, the Resource Development Committee authorized the committee chairperson and vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. You will note that exhibits through A through E are attached to the budget legislation. And the packet was posted on the council website on July 30th, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on August 4th, 2021. There was no comments received. And we need an amendment to the budget legislation 0138-21. We need to exchange the exhibits A, B, C, D, and E which is currently posted on DIBS and attached with the attached Exhibit A, B, C, and D. A, B, C, D, and E. Those are documents are the corrected exhibits. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gay, for reading the legislation. Sponsor is again Chairman Nez and Honorable Freeland. I call at this time to establish a motion. Is there a motion?
Motion, Callan.
Okay. Honorable Key Allen Begay motions. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Freeland. Okay, Honorable Stewart offers that second. Though there is an amendment to be made to Nanda.
Is that a motion for the amendment to be made?
Okay, so Ms. Begay, do you need to read the amendment first before motioning or after?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, the exhibits A through E, we just had minor corrections that were made, and those are the corrected exhibits that needs to be attached. There's no unmet needs in the exhibit, so it's just a clean copy that needs to be attached to the budget legislation.
So there's no need for an amendment.
There is a need for an amendment because it's got
Okay.
minor changes that were made to the one that's attached to the exhibit made legislation.
Okay, so motion made by Honorable Stewart for amendment number 1. Is there a second?
Callan.
Honorable Begay offers that second. Okay, questions, comments on amendment number 1? Committee? If there are none, then we can proceed to vote. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Callan votes green. Second.
Okay. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote? Okay.
Green.
Chairman
I
Nez.
vote green.
Okay.
This is
Honorable Daniels votes green. Chairman Nez, how do you vote?
Vice Chair.
Votes green.
Okay. We have a vote of 5 in favor. There are opposition, no opposition. Vice Chair not voting. So we have voted on approving amendment number 1. Ms. Begay?
No, I was just going to let you know that I received a text from Chairman Nez voting green.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to the main motions, 0138-21, the NDOT budget. Although sponsor yeah, Chairman Nez, Honorable Freeland, agents. So Honorable Freeland, legislation, you and your agent.
Hilanche, Adoshnanta, Nana. This is NDOT budget for FY 2022 as stated by our advisor. I don't know if Mr. Garrett Silversmith is on the line. He could probably elaborate a little bit more about this budget for next year. Mr. Silversmith, are you on the line?
Good afternoon. Yes, sir, I'm here.
Mr. Silversmith, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Freeland and Honorable Vice Chair Walker and the remaining members of the Resources and Development Committee, all our partners and colleagues on the line. Briefly, I just wanted to provide some brief remarks here. And thank you for bringing this, sponsoring this legislation, Delegate Freeland. And as an overall remarks here, we're looking forward to favorable consideration and approval on our budget for fiscal year 2022. And we've had a successful, very successful 2021 year. And we're looking forward to our responsibilities and goals and completing more of our transportation projects for 2022. We want to continue with community involvement, our leadership involvement, and our federal, state, county, and tribal partnership involvement too, in all our projects that we progress. And there still remains much work to be done. And we will want to bring some of those projects at the forefront in 2022. However, there is still a need from 2021 that we did not meet as far as the amount of projects that were still out there and still getting plenty of community requests. So those are not forgotten, and we want to continue to drive and progress toward making those projects a reality. So with these funds in 2022, that's how we plan to expend our funds, our general funds, and our fuel excise tax road fund management plan funds. So we're excited and we're looking forward to 2022 and continue working with the Resources and Development Committee on their input and feedback on our projects for this year. And so our budget, of course, is going to be corresponding to their needs, our needs here, and of course the community needs there. So our budget numbers and funds, the community needs are there at the forefront. So thank you again, Resources and Development Committee, for your favorable consideration on our budget for 2022. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Cleveland, for your statements. Although Mr. Garrett Silversmith also as the agent, giving the committee a statement. Back to committee. Any questions, comments? So we're on the main motion, Mr. Let's proceed to vote on the legislation. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green, Che.
Okay, Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Galen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Okay, Chairman Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Nez, how do you vote? Okay, so we have a vote of 4 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. So the motion carries. Sponsor and agent. Next item, Ms. Begay, can you give us a reading on the next agenda? Legislation? Sorry about that.
Hold on, Vice Chair. Let me pull the document up. Hold on. You have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 013921. The date on it is July 28, 2021. Title of the resolution and action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and recommending to Budget and Finance Committee proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. The purpose of this resolution, if passed, is to approve and recommend to Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. The legislation is only assigned to Resource Development Committee, prime sponsor Ricky Naz, and co-sponsored by Mark Freeland. Tracking number 0139-2021, action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and recommending to Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Nomination Council to NNC Section 500E. A, B, the Resource Development Committee is an oversight for the Environmental Protection Agency to NNC Section 501C1. C, Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instruction 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, the Resource Development Committee held a budget hearing, took budget testimony regarding the Nomination Environmental Protection Agency fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Resource Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Environmental Protection Agency 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. A, the Resource Development Committee hereby acknowledge the proposed nomination fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided in fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Resource Development Committee requested the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation and Council adopted changes to the budget as set forth in the general fund compared with some. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the general fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions and of appropriation and legislative concern. Exhibit D, recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Resource Development Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and the vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. You will note that the exhibits A through E are attached to the budget legislation. And the packet was posted on the council website on July 30, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on August 4, 2021. There was no comments received. Mr. Chair, there is also an amendment to be made to legislation 0139-21. The amendment is to exchange exhibits A, B, C, D, and E, which are currently posted on DIBS with the attached exhibits A, B, C, D, and E. These attachments is the corrected budget forms. There's no changes to the dollar amount, just changes that were made. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gay, for the reading of the legislation. Committee members, establish a motion for this legislation. Is there a motion? Committee.
Motion. This is Daniels.
Okay, Honorable Daniels, motions. Is there a second?
Freeland.
Okay, Honorable Freeland seconds, offers that second. Eleko, otherwise, mentioned here by advisors, there's a need to make an amendment to the legislation.
Motion amendment.
Okay, so Honorable Stewart makes a motion to make that amendment number 1. Is there a second?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Okay, Honorable Nez makes a second to that motion for amendment number 1. Yishin Kabahanana, amendment number 1. Kodo Benjitone. At the Noshin, we can vote on the amendment. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green, Shija.
The Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kim votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green chili.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Though Chairman Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Honorable Nez voting green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, no opposition, Vice Chair not voting. So amendment number 1 passes. Back to the main motion. Other sponsors, sponsor Honorable Freeland, being your agent.
Good afternoon, Nana. I'm calling. I'm presenting this resolution related to the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency's FY 2022 budget. I don't know if Ms. Shirley is on the line. If I can allow her some time to speak at this time, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland. Ms. Shirley. Are you on the call?
I'm here.
Okay, so you have some time to speak to the legislation.
Thank you. Say a citizen abinda behao zigi bahensen ado balache kwegi. Shinat ani no sini anokto. Yat eto a non hidish dollar or non hidish dollar kwegi. Ado balache kwegi shik no sini legislative staff do kwegi. Kubitin dash nishigi so yat asnina ado big agent. Yat dollar. Ado kwegi dit au naha. Nakabahwint ido nakabenahat ahigi kwegi di based on benada deal nistadin nani zanigi for fiscal year 2022 gi shisazingi do kwegi besendash nishigi Navajo EPA staff do kwegi shilwalo do a shahat dandi ni do a shahat a yusigi a shahat do le yoba shahensin do kwegi shatet aninde ba shahensin ado di beso benada deal nishigi a Hashin togo ben histahuil na alteda adok ad a ban nada si kandole ado hashin togo na adikidigi do bahuin tinigi so e ba ahehuin zin so nana ahol togo sadigi big edas adole aheha.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland and Ms. Shirley for the presentation on the legislation. So, Chanda, main motion, Nigi Kwanana, Any questions, comments? Any comments and questions to the legislation? Let that machine so we can take a vote on the legislation. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green, chili.
Okay, vote green, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable G. Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Gale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Okay, we have a vote of 5 in favor, no opposition, and Vice Chair not voting. So the main motion passes with one amendment. Thank you, Honorable Freeland, or your agent should. Yeah. So, Dishi Aja, what edo lito nas na to the legislation, the next one. 0147-21. Advisor, Ms. Begay, let's have a reading.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, you have a legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0147-21. Dated July 28, 2021, title of the resolution, action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for Navajo Division of Community Development. The purpose of this resolution, if passed, is to approve and recommend to BF Budget and Finance Committee the proposed FY22 budget for Division of Community Development. RDC has final authority on this legislation. Prime sponsors Rick Naz and Mark Freeland is co-sponsored. Tracking number 0147-21 and action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Community Development. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Nomination Council. 2, NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource Development is an oversight for the Division of Community Development. 2, NNC Section 501C1. E, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the Annual Budget Instruction 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2 findings. A, the Resource Development Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony from the Nomination Division of Community Development fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Resource Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Division of Community Development 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division Community Development. A, the Resource Development Committee hereby acknowledge the proposed nomination fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division Community Development recommended by the President on nomination as provided in the Fund Type Budget Summary Exhibit A. B, the Resource Development Committee requested that the Budget and Finance Committee and Nomination Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary Exhibit B. Recommended changes in the General Fund Budget Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation legislative concern Exhibit D. Recommended unmet needs Exhibit E. C, the Resource Development Committee authorizes the committee chairperson and vice chair to meet and negotiate the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. You will have the exhibits A, B, C, D, and E attached to the budget legislation. And the packet was posted on the council website on July 30, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on August 4, 2021. There were no comments received. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, there is a, hold on. There needs to be an amendment made. We need to exchange exhibits A, B, C, D, and E. Again, the reason for the exchange is these budgets were corrected, and we want to ensure that the proper document is attached to the legislation. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gay, for the reading of the legislation. Motion, second, change K. Is there a motion?
Motion, Stewart.
Okay, motion by Honorable Stewart, seconded by Honorable Begay to approve the legislation. And then there's amendment also, one amendment that needs to be made. Is there a motion for that amendment?
Motion, Stewart.
I'll second Freeland.
Okay, Honorable Stewart motions, seconded by Honorable Freeland. Are there any questions on the amendment as read? Amendment exchanging documents to reflect proper documentation. It's amendment number 1. I will ask for your vote. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Okay, Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Keelan votes green.
The ones that are voting on it.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
In favor.
In favor. Okay. Honorable Daniels votes in favor. Honorable Nez. Nez, how do you
Delegate Nez votes green.
Okay. Honorable Nez votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor. Opposed? There are none. Vice Chair not voting.
We're gonna have
So
fun.
that amendment passes. Put the back to the main motion here. My Che, Honorable Freeland, the agency. So question. Honorable Freeland.
Jay. I'm sorry,
Yes.
my call dropped. My call dropped. Did you call for me?
Yes. Speak to the legislation main motion. Right now,
Okay,
you and your
Agustina, Resource Development Committee members. Hello, staff. This presentation or this legislation pertains to FY 2022 budget for the Division of Community Development. I believe Dr. Yeoman is on the line and her team.
we do ask for your favorable consideration and passage of this legislation. Dr. Yellman, are you on the line?
Good afternoon. I am on the line, DCD, Division of Community Development, and Department Managers. We are also on the line. Thank you.
Dr. Yellman, did you want to speak to the legislation? Any?
Thank you. Good afternoon to our honorable members of Resource and Development Committee and to callers listening in, and to our staff and chapters who may be on the line as well. We do come before RDC from the Division of Community Development, representing the division, CPMD, CHID, ASC, rural addressing, and the IT, and the 110 chapters. We do ask for your continued support and appreciate our partnership in working with Resources and Development. We do have Exhibit A that we want to ensure is the proper exhibit. I'm joined here with our senior accountant, Mr. Lydell Davis. If I may, I would like for him to speak on the proper exhibit. We have submitted our exhibit for corrections, and we want to make sure that we're communicating with Shami the right exhibit. So if I may, I just would like for Mr. Davis to read into the record the numbers that are changed in the exhibit. And I believe that we're not seeing the corrected form, but I just want to make sure. So if that's okay, we'd like for Mr. Davis to speak into the record Exhibit A. Exhibit B, C, D, and E are correct. It was just the Exhibit A. So if that's okay, if we can have Mr. Davis just speak into the record Exhibit A. Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, so yeah. Good afternoon. The correct version of the Exhibit A should have listed under Community Housing and Infrastructure Department. Under the title Special Revenue Fund External, it should have 22,194,270. And then again, under the heading FY 2021 General Fund Budget, which is last year for Western Navajo Agency chapters, the correct number should be $2,530,937. I just want to make sure we have the correct version. Shami?
Mr. Gay?
Hold on, Mr. Chair. Hold on, Mr. Chair. You're reading Exhibit A?
Yes, ma'am.
And which line is it now?
So it'll be the second line and then all the way to the end, Special Revenue Fund External.
Can you read that number?
Okay, so the correct number is 22,194,270.
Mr. Vice Chair, the exhibits that I have aimed to what he's reading off of the off of his document. I guess what I need from him, and I've been asking for, is the corrected document. And that's what we need right now.
Yeah, I sent it August 6th, August 9th, and then twice this morning.
What I have from this morning, let me print it out real quickly here. And that's what I have, community development, corrected exhibits.
I'll go ahead and send it again right now.
On the exhibit, let me read. As soon as I print this, I'll read what I have here. Okay, what I have is on Exhibit A, Division of Community Development Business Unit 108001, 1,561,26. The next one is CHID Business Unit 108004, 22,600,214. That's what I have. And Administrative Service Center, Business Unit 108125, I have 2,179,018. And that's what I have as Exhibit A. And the bottom of the list is 58,627, the total. So Exhibit B on the branch chief's FY22 general fund budget, I have 19,928,766. Exhibit C, I don't have anything written on there. Exhibit D, there's nothing. Then there's Exhibit E, that's the unmet needs for all of the chapters stipend shortfall. That's 519,427. Those are the exhibits that I received, and that's what I have. If you have something different, we need you to send it right now.
Okay, thank you, Shami. Chair, Vice Chair, and our sponsor, Delegate Freeland, we did send the copy again, the corrected version, and we are able to actually carry over a hard copy as well.
Dr. Yellowman, Che?
Yes.
Are we going to go ahead and vote on the amendment then? Is there an amendment?
Okay, Honorable Freeland, so agents, the advisor, the committee members. So the amendment, sige, ani, amendment number 1. Corrections, no. Alcohol, and I think we're saying there's another version of that corrected exhibits. What the? So advisor. Oh yeah, Atlaigi bandit, Atlaigi, so the corrected version. That'd be my question. Advisor do Ms. Khan, Legislative Council.
Vice Chair Walker, Mr. Davis just sent the corrected version to all members of RDC and to support staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, I did receive it as well, and I just now sent it to all of you. I think we need to call on Mariana on how to handle the situation.
Okay, Ms. Khan, are you still on the line with us?
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, I am here. With regard to the amendment was to switch out all exhibits A through E. Now, with regard to exhibit A, so that everybody knows which exhibit A we are talking about, I think it just requires a little bit of clarification, and then we will be right back on track. The exhibit A that Ms. Begay has sent out to all members of the RDC has the change that was requested with regard to special revenue fund external on business unit 108004, and it has a new different number, and that number is $22,194,270. And we just want to get on record that that is the exhibit A that will be substituted for the current one in the legislation. And then the rest of the exhibits B, C, D, and E that were sent out earlier go along with this amendment. Mr. Vice Chair, I hope we are clear on it, but I do believe the record will show which exhibit A we are referring to, Mr. Chair, so that when the legislation is put in its final form, that we have the correct exhibit A. And I think that should be sufficient, Mr. Chair. This is, I will go back on mute for the moment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kondo, Ms. Begay. So, committee members, I think you did the last document that was provided to the committee, ADDA, that is the corrected document. That's to corrected exhibits that's to be attached to the legislation. I actually need some guidance here, advisor. What would you advise here? Record, you can not yet call that, but you go, you just,
Mr. Chair, I believe Mariana gave you guidance that for the record, you can substitute the correct exhibit A that's provided for Division of Community Development to the amendment that was made with the exhibits.
Okay, so how would the committee acknowledge that?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Mariana Khan again. Yes. I was going between Shami Begay's office and mine, and I didn't catch whether you had already voted on the amendment.
Ms. Khan, we voted on the amendment because that was provided to the committee as corrected exhibits for proper documentation. That's what we did. And then after that, this new corrected exhibits, I guess, that was introduced again.
Okay, now I see the question. So vote was already taken on the exhibits A through E, and unfortunately, the wrong exhibit A was voted upon. Okay, now we have exhibits A through E, but exhibit A needs to be changed out again. So at this point, I would say that it's unusual, but let's, for clarity purposes, now we need another amendment. And this would be, I don't know, Amendment 2 to this legislation. And that would be to change out Exhibit A and put in the Exhibit A with the Special Revenue Fund external with the new numbers. That is all I can think of at this point, because the whole legislation has not been voted on. We're still working on the exhibits. So I would suggest another amendment, Amendment 2, to change out just Exhibit A for the Exhibit A that has Special Revenue Fund external for business unit 108004 with the figures $22,194,270. And that's the Exhibit A. That would be Amendment 2. Mr. Chair, that's the only thing I can think of right now for the committee to correct and put in the correct Exhibit A is to do a second amendment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McGee, Ms. Khan. So following the advisement of our legislative council, it's become necessary to make a second amendment. So at this time, I would ask for a motion and a second for amendment number 2 to put in the, I guess, the second corrected numbers in Exhibit A. Is there a motion? Committee members. Is there a second? Is there a motion?
Freeland.
The second amendment? Yeah. Honorable Daniels motions. Is there a second?
Mr. Vice Chair.
Freeland, second.
Okay, motion made by Honorable Daniels and then seconded by Honorable Freeland. Ms. Begay?
I was just going to let you know that Delegate Freeland was making a motion.
Okay, thank you. Amendment number 2. I get a bandit. Are there any questions to this amendment? If not, then we can take a vote on the second amendment here. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kieran votes green.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, Honorable Daniel votes green. Honorable Nez, how do you vote, sir?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Okay, we have a vote of 5 in favor, none opposing. There are no opposition. Although Vice Chair not voting. Back to the main motion. Sponsor, any other comments? Additional comments you want to make at this time, you and your agents? If not, then we can vote on the main motion. Chinanda.
Hiela, Che, Shananta, our Resource Development Committee members of Finigi, staff, as well as the Division Community Development Team. We just want to say thank you to our colleagues, as well as the staff that put this together. Ask for your favorable consideration in voting green to this legislation, Shananta. Eria. Thank you, Che. Chairman, Vice Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. So, main motion, Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Chairman Kieran votes green. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Daniel votes green. Honorable Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a vote of 5 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. Motion carries. 0147-21. The vote, main motion vote passes. Sponsor your agent, DCD. Next legislation, advisor Ms. Begay, you give us a reading.
Well, they still have to.
0155-21, Ms. Begay.
Mr. Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee, you have legislative summary sheet tracking number 0155-21. The date on it is July 28, 2021. Title of the resolution: an action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. The proposed resolution, if passed, is to approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. RDC has final authority over this legislation. Prime sponsored Ricky Nance, co-sponsored by Mark Freeland. Tracking number 0155-21, an action relating to Resource Development Committee and approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the nomination Division of Natural Resource. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Nomination Council. 2, NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource Development Committee is oversight for the Division of Natural Resources. 2, NNC Section 501C1C. Each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the number in accordance with the annual budget instruction. 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 2 finding. A, the Resource Development Committee held a budget hearing to budget testimony regarding the nomination Division of Natural Resources. fiscal year 2022 budget, 12 NNC section 880A. Be the Resource Development Committee recommends to Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Division of Natural Resource 12 NNC sections 840A, section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee that proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. A, the Resource Development Committee hereby acknowledge the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2022 budget for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided in the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Resource Development Committee requested the Budget and Finance Committee, the Navajo Nation Council adopts the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B. Recommended changes to the General Fund Budget, Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation legislative concern, Exhibit D. Recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. The Resource Development Committee authorized the committee chairperson, vice chair to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. We have Exhibits A through E that is attached. And the packet was posted on the council website on August 2nd, 2021. 5-day comment period ended on August 7th, 2021. There was no comments received, Mr. Chair. And again, there are going to be some amendments that needs to be made to the legislation. Hold on. Hold on. The Division of Natural Resource exhibits legislation 0155-21 would require Amendment 1 to remove the exhibits A through E from the legislation and replace with the revised exhibits A through E. Amendment 2 would be carryover language that needs to be incorporated. Amendment, the carryover language will appear on page 2, line 22, section 4 as follows.
I added in there.
Section 4, recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee carryovers for the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. A, the Resource Development Committee recommends the carryover of $6,505 for the Minerals Department, Business Unit 115004 for external contractors to perform major plumbing, electrical work for the Minerals Department building. Facility maintenance does not perform the service needed. B, the Resource Development Committee recommends the carryover of $235,722.76 or unexpended balances for the District Grazing Committee members, Business Unit number 115002. C, the Resource Development Committee recommends the carryover of $79,758.75 or unexpended balance for the Eastern Navajo Land Board, Business Unit 115005. D, the Resource Development Committee recommends the carryover of $291,041.31 or unexpended balance of the Major Irrigation Farm Board, Business Unit 115007. E, the Resource Development Committee recommends carryover of $25,511,114.24 or unexpended balance of the for the Emergency Water Project, Business Unit 415003. 2, exchange exhibits through E currently attached to legislation 15121 and replace with the new exhibits A through E. Renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph section accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language in any other committee amendments which shall be conformed to the intent of the language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services will, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. There is also, now I know where to put my, there is also language that needs to be incorporated for the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. Is that what it is? This is what it is, right? Which is, will be on page 2, line 1, insert a new section 2 findings, paragraph B as follows. B, the Navajo Land Department's listed expenditure for business unit 415000, the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, total $4,232,278. C, the Navajo Department of Justice has determined that portions of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund budget submitted by the Navajo Division of Natural Resources are not within the purposes of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. The Land Acquisition Trust Fund is restricted to land acquisition and disposal, and the hiring of licensed land appraiser within the Land Department has employed a full-time licensed appraiser. Paragraph D, the Office of Management and Budget, with the assistance of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, has determined that Land Acquisition Trust Fund may be used to pay for the following: 22001 series, the senior appraiser position with fringe benefit of $66,672. B, the 500 series for property tax, $650,000. 9,000 series for the purchase of land, $3,274,417. D, total $3,991,089. E, the Land Acquisition Trust Fund may not be used for 2001 series, all except senior appraiser, $92,387. B, the 300 series travel expense, $40,757. C, 4,000 series supplies, $15,450. D, 5,500 series communication and utilities, $700,632. E, 6,000 series repairs and maintenance, $47,667. F, 65,000 series contractual services, $32,200. G, 7,000 series special transaction, $5,096. Total, $241,189. Page 2, line 5, insert section 3 as follows. Section 3, recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the waiver of 16 NNC, Section 1 and Section 205. A, the Resource Development Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee that a waiver of 16 NNC Section 1 and Section 205 be placed in the fiscal year 2022 comprehensive budget legislation. B, the Resource Development Committee recommends to Budget and Finance that the Land Acquisition Trust Fund statutory purposes be waived so that additional expenses, including operating expense, in the amount of $241,189 as listed in business unit 415000 be expended from the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. Page 2, line 23, is insert section 5 as follows. Section 5, directing the Navajo Land Department to develop proposed amendments to the Navajo Land Acquisition Trust Fund. The Resource Development hereby directs the Navajo Land Department to work with Navajo Department of Justice to develop proposed amendments to the Navajo Land Acquisition Trust Fund statute to include expenditure for operational expenses and other expenses that the Navajo Land Department determines are necessary to the purchase and disposition of lands for the Navajo Nation. Number 4, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary. The Office of Legislative, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes, numerical correction, cumulative total correction, as necessary to conform to the intent of this amendment. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent of this language of this amendment. Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Gay, for the reading there. Legislation. So committee will need to establish a motion. Is there a motion, committee members?
Motion, Delegate Rick Nez.
Okay, motion made by Honorable Nez. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Second offered by Wilson Stewart. Delegate Stewart. My esteemed Chair, Delegate Freeland, a sponsor, as a co-sponsor, as a Chairman Nez, sponsored, as a ship agent, wala DNR, so ishi kweda pada huidila hodina. Amendments in VGL Kaigi, there are 3 of them. Sinanta ishin here, Nishoke Dode. Amendments to the Nitigi 1, 2, and 3. I think care. What so there's 3 of them. Sinanta committee members.
Chairman Callis.
Amendment number 1, she bandit. Honorable Brigade.
Chairman, before we make an amendment on the 3 separate amendments, could we assure that these documents are okay before we make an amendment from the Division of Natural Resource or the sponsor? Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Brigade, for raising that issue there, because of what we did earlier. Sponsor, although your agent, the documents in the those are the amendments that you are requesting. Sponsor, Che, your agents.
Oh, Che, thank you very much, Adoshantai. Oh, those were recommended amendments per the what was stated through the budget hearing. Thank you. Okay,
I guess the documents I see. What? No, that's it. For the record, there's no need to change anything on those documents that are presented as amendments. Your agent.
I would like to ask my agent to speak to that if I can, Che. Dr. Shabala? Star 6.
Dr. Shabala, you're called upon to speak to the question here, the amendments that are presented here.
Chair, this is Vangie Curly Thomas with Natural Resources. I'm on the call here too.
Okay, sponsor. Section Vangie Thomas.
Yes, Che. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We need to get you a budget through RDC. So yes, Che, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Curly Thomas, can you respond to the question? Just wanting assurances because of what happened earlier. Those are the documents that you want amended. Yeah, just to make sure. I don't think it's necessary to ask questions, but just to hear it again from DNR.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. And yes, we have been corresponding with the legislative advisor and legal counsel with legislative. So the amendments that are proposed are correct and they are updated. So we're corresponding back and forth with all the documents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curly Thomas. Adoption committee members, amendment number 1, is there a motion for that? Make that amendment?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Mariana Khan.
Okay, Ms. Khan.
If I'm correct, the amendment 1 has to do with carryovers. And our office was working on a quick addition to the carryover language, which I sent to Ms. Vangie Curly Thomas, and that was regarding the emergency water project. If she would quickly look at that to make sure that that is the information that's needed for that carryover, then that was the last thing we were working on the carryover language that would be put into the legislation. Mr. Chair, I just needed to alert her to that and for her to quickly look at it. And she probably has already, but it would ease my mind if she would acknowledge that change, that addition rather. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan. Ms. Curly Thomas, can you speak to that?
Yes, for the emergency water, yes, I did receive the documents and the request did come through from Water Resources. So Dr. Shabala is also aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, question. So back to amendment number 1, is there a motion to make the amendment? Any members?
This is Ben. Motion.
Okay, Honorable Daniels makes that motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second?
Second by Delegate Nez.
Okay. Second made by Honorable Nez. Amendment number 1. Questions, comments? Amendment number 1. Okay, there being no questions, no comments on amendment number 1, I'll call for the vote. How do you vote, Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Jay, sorry, Freeland votes green.
Okay, Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Daniel votes green. Honorable Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Okay, going back up, Honorable Begay, how do you vote, sir? Okay, we have a vote of 4 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. Amendment number 1 passes. Next item, amendment number 2. Carry over. Recommending to BNF committee carryovers for the division. Is there a motion, committee members? Or amendment number 2?
Motion, Daniel.
Motion. Okay, is there a second?
Delegate Rick Nez, second.
Okay, motion made by Honorable Daniels, seconded by Honorable Nez. Questions, comments, committee? There being no questions, comments, we'll call for the vote. How do you vote, Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Green. Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Green. Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Nez, how do you vote, sir?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Nez votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor. Opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. The motion carries. So we now have amendment number 2. Amendment number 3. Language for the Land Acquisition Trust Fund program. Is there a motion for amendment number 3? Committee?
Motion, Delegate Rick Nez.
Second,
Honorable
Freeland.
Nez motions. Thank you for that. Honorable Freeland seconds that. So, yeah, Nana. Amendment number 3. Any questions, comments to the amendment? Shinanta. If there being no questions, comments on this proposed amendment, I will call for the vote. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable T. Allen Begay, how do you vote? Honorable T. Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Kellen votes green.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote, sir?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Nez votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor. Opposing, there are none. That vice chair not voting, motion carries. So we have 3 amendments. And then going back to the main motion, to sponsor, to your agent, right? That's see. Delegate Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Che. Appreciate the legislation discussion, the amendments as well. Related to the legislation at hand, it does reflect the FY 2022 budget. And I do have my agent on the line. I think Vanjie Curley Thomas, if she's on the line, to speak to a little bit more to the budget. So, Edia, thank you, Che.
Oh, she. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Ms. Curley Thomas, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Resources and Development Committee. We thank you and appreciate the votes for the amendments and looking at the main motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curley Thomas. Committee members, main motion, I will call for the vote on the main motion. Honorable Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart,
Green.
how do you vote? Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Kellen votes green.
Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel votes green. Honorable Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Okay, we have a vote of 5 in favor, opposing, there are none. Vice Chair not voting. So the motion carries for this legislation. Honorable Freeland, Che, although your agent, Ms. Curley Thomas, for presenting the legislation today. Question, nas na to de nanta. on the agenda. At this time, I'm gonna hand this gavel over to my good chief from Eastern, Mark Freeland. Any legislation a resolution that from the committee, other committee reports about it. Chair or vice chair is a pro tem a sign that you what enough the next committee they're somewhat time sensitive. These documents, budget related documents, even they what the set a several notion that what a sign that they sheet documents. Chair just there is actually none. Could even pro temp that would be, but unless Chairman Nez is able to take over the presiding chair here, also we would certainly welcome that, Chair. So quite a what did let be got short fail.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, this is Delegate Rick Nez. I'm going to be into an area where there's no reception for about 30 minutes, perhaps.
Okay.
So if Honorable Freeland could do that, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Freeland.
Okay, Che. Chairman, Shantai. I will take the virtual gavel over on the next legislation. It looks like we have legislation number 10114-21. Ms. Begay, could you read that legislation into the record, please? And then we'll establish a motion in a second. Thank you.
You have a legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0114-21. The date on it is June 29, 2021. Title of the resolution: an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, Budget and Finance Committees. Accepting the Auditor General's follow-up review of the Tuajala Chapter's Corrective Action Plan implementation and imposing sanction upon the Tuajala Chapter for failure to implement the Corrective Action Plan. The purpose of this resolution is to approve the Auditor General's follow-up review of Tuajala Chapter's implementation of the Corrective Action Plan approved by the BFC and to impose sanction on Tuajala Chapters for its failure to implement the Corrective Action Plan. This legislation is assigned to Resource Development Committee and Budget and Finance Committee. Prime sponsor is Jamie Hinyo. This legislation, when it reaches Budget and Finance Committee, it will be read fully into the record at that time. All of the exhibits that are referenced in the content of the legislation are attached. The packet was posted on the council website on July 13, 2021. 5-day comment period ended July 18, 2021. There were no comments received at that time. Pro Tem Chair, did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm sorry. Does that conclude the update or the reading into the record?
Reading into the record, and also provide some time to the Auditor General so that they will be able to summarize the exhibits that are attached to the packet.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Begay. Committee members, let's go ahead and establish a motion first of all, if we can, and a second, please, and we'll proceed from there. Motion on this legislation?
Keown.
Honorable Begay makes a motion. Second motion, Yisha. Second.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate Daniels. I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you, brother. Honorable Herman Daniels makes that second. With that, committee members, we do have a motion and a second established. If I can have some time for Ms. Begay from the Office of the Auditor General. Ms. Begay, are you on the line?
That would be Helen Brown or Karen.
I'm sorry, Ms. Brown. My apologies. I'm still living in past tense, I believe, so my apologies. Ms. Brown, are you on the line?
Good afternoon. Hi, this is Karen Briscoe with the Office of the Auditor General. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead and proceed, Ms. Briscoe. Thank you.
Okay. I'm here with Jasmine Jishi. She was the lead auditor for this audit, and we're here to present the follow-up review of the To'Hajiilee Chapter's Corrective Action Plan implementation. Back in 2018, our office completed an internal audit of the To'Hajiilee chapter and issued a report. The chapter did develop a corrective action plan. Our report and corrective action plan were approved by the Budget and Finance Committee in December of 2018. The objective of this review was to do a follow-up to determine if the chapter implemented its corrective action plan to resolve all of the audit issues that were reported in the initial audit. The review period for this this follow-up was a 6-month period ending March 2020. The chapter had 17 audit issues, and a total of 17 audit issues reported in their initial audit. They developed 50 corrective actions to address the audit issues, and of those 50, they implemented 17, leaving 33 that were not implemented. So based on that, our office is recommending that sanctions be imposed on the chapter and the chapter officials. In the report under Exhibit A is a summary table of all of the 17 audit issues, and it does break it down, all of those corrective measures that have been implemented. The total number implemented was 17, and those not implemented is 33. So Jasmine is on the line to go over some of the details of those issues and what she found in her review. Jasmine?
Okay, thank you, Karen. Good afternoon, members of the Resource and Development Committee. My name is Jasmine Jishi, and I'll be going over in detail of the report. I also like to note that at the beginning of the audit, the officials were made up of the president as Mark Begay, the vice president as Jacqueline Platero, and the secretary treasurer as Jordan Exity. And then on January 6th of 2021, newly elected chapter officials were sworn in, and they were present towards the end of the audit, and they were there when the report was issued. And I believe the president is Jimmy Secretaro, the vice president is Nora Morris, and the secretary treasurer is Francesca Abeda. So, okay, we'll start off with issue 1, non-payment of workers' compensation dues to the Navajo Nation Workers' Compensation Insurance Program for the past several years. This issue was resolved. The workers' compensation reports were completed and reviewed by the Community Services Coordinator and former chapter president, and the reports and corresponding payments were submitted timely to the Navajo Nation Workers' Compensation Department. So I'll go on to attachment B. Issue number 2, expenditures were made without approved annual budgets for the 4 fiscal years. For fiscal year 2020, the chapter budget was $614,819. The chapter did not receive two appropriations, which were sales tax and unhealthy junk food in the amount of $11,383 and $1,904. The chapter also received other revenue from filming, Tri-State Western Area Power Administration, and internally generated revenues. The chapter did not prepare a detailed budget and did not obtain community membership approval for these revenues, totaling $46,466. The chapter expended $41,461 of the revenues, which are unauthorized expenditures, overall leaving this finding not resolved. On to issue number 3, expenditures were made without proper support documentation, such as requisition form, purchase orders, and receiving report, and quotes to justify the expense. A sample of 34 expenditures totaling $29,519 was reviewed, and the test work reviewed the following: quotations are not obtained for expenditures, receiving reports are not completed, payments are not supported with original invoice or receipt, fund approval forms are not concurred for approval and completeness by a chapter official. Overall, the chapter could not provide reasonable assurance that expenses were justified with proper documentation, leaving this issue unresolved. On to issue number 4. The established checklist required for the Housing Discretionary Fund were missing for all 72 sample transactions for selected test work. 16 housing recipients who received housing assistance were reviewed. Based on the test work that we did, we found the following: supporting documents such as income verification, home site lease, floor plan, site visit, and support letters were not on file for all recipients. Merchant vendor quotes were dated ranging from 2 to 17 months but were still used. Recipients were not provided to verify housing materials were purchased by the recipient. Receipts were not provided. Housing applications were not reviewed for completeness. Point ranking system was not used to prioritize housing recipients. Follow-up visits of housing projects were not documented with pictures or completion reports. Overall, the chapter did not comply with housing policies and procedures to ensure recipients were provided with fair assistance, leaving this issue not resolved. Issue number 5, travel expenditure transactions did not have adequate support, such as travel authorization, trip report, proof of insurance, and driver's licenses for those using personal vehicles. 12 travel expenditures were reviewed. Based on the test work, we found that travel authorization lacked dates or were not on file. Supporting documentation such as trip report, expense reports, and mileage reports were not found for all travelers. Current proof of insurance and driver's license were not found for travelers when personal vehicles were used. Fund approval forms are not concurred for approval and completeness by a chapter official. In addition, travelers who used the chapter vehicle did not have travel authorization, and the chapter administration was reimbursed for fuel expenses totaling $725, but not all expenses were supported with receipts. Going on to issue number 6, capital assets inventory and inventory of other items have not been taken since 2016. Additionally, there is no current insurance coverage for the chapter with the Navajo Nation's risk management program for these assets. The chapter completed its annual inventory for all property and equipment for fiscal year 2019 and 2020. However, the 2 chapter vehicles were not listed on the latest annual inventory. They are a part of the exposure summary report, but the annual inventory and the underwriter exposure summary report should be consistent in reporting chapter property. The initial audit also cited the chapter for no current registration and license plate for the chapter vehicles. Since then, the chapter obtained permanent license plate for the vehicles, and the auditors confirmed the vehicles on the chapter premises. However, the chapter could not provide a current New Mexico vehicle registration for both chapter vehicles. Without current vehicle registrations, the chapter risks violating state motor vehicle laws and any applicable liability, leaving this finding not resolved. On to issue number 7, lack of controls over safeguarding of chapter's property and equipment items. The chapter installed 9 security cameras with 2 working cameras located outside the perimeter of the chapter. However, the chapter has not updated its security system, and as a result, 7 cameras are not currently working. The chapter explained an upgrade of the current security cameras would be costly, but this claim cannot be substantiated with vendor quote or an assessment. The chapter also lacks any fencing around the compound to secure property and equipment. Overall, the risk that chapter property and equipment could be stolen or taken still remains, leaving this finding not resolved. On to issue number 8, use of chapter property, the rodeo ground, without approval or compensation. For the audit period, 1 cash receipt for the rodeo ground rental was identified. However, there was no approval rental form and no evidence that liability insurance was obtained for the event. The Community Services Coordinator stated that former chapter officials gave the consent with fee waivers to unknown individuals. This practice makes it difficult for the chapter administration to monitor the rental activities for the rodeo ground. In conclusion, this issue remains not resolved. On to issue number 9. The chapter building stands abandoned and is in need of restoration and renovation. And the new chapter building is in need of improvements and better maintenance. The chapter is operating from the new chapter building, and the old chapter building was transferred to the Veterans Organization. However, there's no documentation to confirm the building transfer. In addition to the old chapter building, the preschool building remains unoccupied due to safety reasons. The chapter administration and officials stated that no building improvements will be made until an assessment is done by Navajo Nation Occupational Safety and Health Administration, NOSHA. NOSHA confirmed that their office will assess the chapter buildings, whether condemnation or renovations are warranted. However, as of this report, no assessments have been completed. Therefore, the future plans of these chapter buildings remain unclear. In the meantime, the chapter continues to ensure the chapter buildings with the Navajo Nation risk management, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 11. Quarterly federal payroll reporting was not filed timely, and the monthly federal tax deposits were not made timely. The initial audit reported the chapter received several reminder notices from the IRS for delinquent taxes in the amount of $1,099 that were paid by December 31st, 2007. Records show that the chapter paid the outstanding delinquent balances on February 26, 2020. The federal 941 reports for the review period totaled 3,195. Of these 2 quarterly reports, the chapter was late 5 months in submitting one of these reports. In addition, merit bonuses were paid to 4 temporary workers totaling $800, which were not reported as payroll expenditures. Since the chapter submitted one Form 941 late and did not accurately apply payroll taxes to merit bonuses, the risk for liability and fines still remains, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 12. Chapter membership does not receive monthly financial reporting, and several regular chapter meeting minutes were not available for audit review in a timely manner. For the review period, the accounts maintenance specialist did not provide monthly financial reports for the community service coordinator or the former officials. Rather, a fund balance report was prepared by the former Secretary Treasurer using the woven integrated Navajo data system, also known as the WIN system. The chapter administration confirmed these fund balance reports were used as financial reports by the former Secretary Treasurer to the community membership. However,
Our office could not reconcile the fund balance report and the financial statements. As a result, the accuracy of the financial reports is questionable. In addition, the Secretary-Treasurer also did not document detailed financial reporting in the meeting minutes. The financial reports were not attached to the meeting minutes or posted on the chapter's website for public viewing. Without accurate financial reporting, the chapter membership cannot make informed financial decisions, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 13, inadequate filing system that requires organization, effort, and timely action. The chapter administration has maintained a filing system since 2017, and based on our records inventory, most records were readily available for the follow-up review. However, the chapter could not provide pertinent records such as the following: detailed budgets for chapter activity fund, housing assistance required documents for recipients, for travel voucher packets, receipts for expenditures, rental forms and liability insurance, bank signatory card, and cash receipt tickets. Overall, this issue was not resolved, leaving it not resolved. On to issue number 14, bank reconciliations for the years under audit have not been located. We reviewed 6 months of bank reconciliation. Based on our review, bank reconciliation showed that the account maintenance specialist prepared the bank reconciliations each month, and the community services coordinator reviewed her work, except for 2 months of February and March 2020. In February 2020, it was unclear when the bank rec was completed, since the date of completion and review of the bank rec was not documented. In addition, the former Secretary-Treasurer or other officials did not provide review of the bank reconciliations during the 6-month period. The chapter could not provide reasonable assurance bank reconciliations are monitored to ensure bank reconciliations are accurate, completely on file, leaving this issue not resolved. On to issue number 15, lack of a stable AMS and CSC has weakened the operations and accountability at the chapter. The chapter's community services coordinator and accounts maintenance specialist were both hired December 2017. The former chapter officials who contributed to this review stated that chapter operations have been improving since the administration was hired. Although we observe a good working relationship between the administration through meetings and interviews, we still noted the following. As a primary user of the accounting system, the accounts maintenance specialist work is not routinely monitored, although the community services coordinator is set up with credentials. The former Secretary-Treasurer was not readily available to assist the chapter administration with monitoring of financial activities. The community services coordinator and accounts maintenance specialist could not account for all documents that were requested. With permanent chapter administration, the chapter has more stability, but accountability still needs to be strengthened. As a result, it left this finding unresolved. On to issue number 16. Name of the chapter's main bank account has been changed in January 2017 without proper authorization. The prior audit cited the chapter for removal of the legal name To'Hajiilee chapter from its bank account, and Canyoncito Band of Navajos was substituted to take its place. In review of bank statements, our office found that the chapter combined the names of Canyoncito Band of Navajos / To'Hajiilee Navajo chapter to the bank account. The chapter did not have proper approval documentation, such as a chapter resolution that authorized this name change. The chapter administration stated the name change was done prior to their hiring and could not provide further explanation for the name change, leaving this issue not resolved. Issue number 17, lack of accountability over miscellaneous revenue collections for the 4 years under audit. The chapter only provided 8 cash receipt tickets, with 19 cash receipt tickets totaling 126 presumed missing. Our test work reviewed the following. Revenues are not recorded on pre-numbered cash receipt tickets. Cash receipts are not reconciled and posted to the accounting system. Cash receipts are not posted to the correct revenue code. Posted cash amount did not reconcile to the actual cash receipt ticket. Revenues are not deposited weekly, but rather done monthly. Revenue log was not reviewed for completeness by the community service coordinator. Overall, these issues noted left the issue not resolved. In conclusion, since the To'Hajiilee chapter did not fully implement its corrective action plan, a majority of the findings from the 2018 audit remain unresolved, the Office of the Auditor General recommends sanctions be imposed on the To'Hajiilee chapter and officials in accordance with 12 NNC subsection 9B and C. This concludes our presentation of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you repeat your name one more time, please?
Yes, my name is Jasmine Jishie, Jishie.
Thank you, Ms. Jishi. Appreciate that update. Shanata, any comments or questions related to that before we proceed on to To'Hajiilee chapter and our colleague, Honorable Henyo? Comments, questions? Okay, if none, we can proceed on. Honorable Henyo, are you there, brother?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, Shana, go right ahead.
Gashi Shanata. To Pro Tem Chair Delegate Mark Freeland, Shanata Resource Development Committee members. Just one clarification before I begin my presentation is that yesterday at BNF committee meeting, we changed our hearing, overall comprehensive budget hearing to begin Friday morning at 10 o'clock. With, I believe, LOC, Law and Order Committee, because they had their budgets already ready to go. So according to our advisor, that's who we would be hearing from first, and then so forth as budgets come in. And it continues to Monday of next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. Just FYI for the committee's information. Although as far as this legislation 114-21 again, thank you for being on the committee calendar today. From the Office of the Auditor General, all the findings related to the To'Hajiilee chapter. And I do have my chapter officials on the call right now, as you've heard earlier during the introductions. President Jimmy Secretero, Vice President Nora Morris, and Secretary Treasurer Francesca Abeda. Although I believe they might have their staff, Community Service Coordinator, Ms. Shirlene Apache also. So, present that before the Resource Development Committee and just see the findings. It's a long-standing issue with the past chapter administrations. So, our three officials, they just recently took office in January of 2021. Though from there, they have been moving forward, and they inherited a lot of these issues from the previous administrations and the findings that were conducted by the past chapter officials. And so even a sanction recommended from the Auditor General. So with this, I commend the current officials, all three of them, for instead of using the excuse of, we're just new, we're barely learning the operations and everything. They didn't say that. What they did was they decided, okay, let's roll up our sleeves and let's see what resources that is available to assist us in making sure that we knock off some of these findings one by one to avoid going into sanction. So they've been actively working with their community service coordinator, their chapter administration, and be mindful, Shananta, Resource Development Committee, that as like in most chapters, the chapter administration is handicapped in the manner to where they're not fully staffed. There's only a community service coordinator, account maintenance specialist, and they've been advertising and so forth. And it seems like not just with this chapter, but with other chapters that AMS, but that the Hongye as support to the chapter officials. But nonetheless, though, the officials and the staff decided, okay, we do have the Division of Community Development and also the Administrative Service Center there for technical assistance. And so with that, they have Ms. Garina Edekai, Administrative Service Officer with the ASC. She has been actively working closely with the officials to identify these findings, the source of it, and then make steps to knock them off one by one. And so far they have. And I'll let the officials present that themselves as far as how they were able to complete some of these findings. In the meantime, though, they are also dealing with their own local community government-related issues too. So this is one in a handful of a lot of other issues that the officials are dealing with at the same time. Barely coming out of a pandemic, but maybe right now the numbers are spiking again, so they would have to deal with that again, and so forth. Many challenges out there, Shananta. So even President Jimmy Secretarial, I'll turn the floor over to President Secretarial, and then even will start her presentation with the chapter officials, Shananta, Pro Tem Chair Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Henyo, President Secretarial, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
You have the floor, Shantai.
Good afternoon, RDC. It's an honor for you guys to listen to us and to be here with us. You know, we all are in this together, but it's the chapter. Jimmy Secretary, told you that they're not shocked. I just want to say thank you for listening to us and giving us a chance. I'm going to ask for a chance for us to continue what we're doing. One by one, we're working on each item that we're supposed to be working on and the findings that we had. I know there's 50 of them, and I know we've tackled many of them already. And I'll let my Secretary Treasurer give you the rundown on everything that we've completed. But I'd like to, just say thank you for listening to us. And at the end, I would like to have a couple of minutes more to address you, but I'd like my chapter vice president to say something, then the secretary to give you a rundown of what we've already completed, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Mr. Secretarial. Vice President?
This is Francesca Abeda. I'm the Secretary Treasurer. for Tohoto Navajo chapter?
Go right ahead.
Okay, I went ahead and I got Shami's email address a little bit late. I did go ahead and email her a copy of our presentation. If it's not available, that's fine. I'll just go ahead and try not to take up too much of everybody's time and go ahead and go through this. Like everybody's been saying, we have been given this corrective action implementation plan in March of 2021. Since then, we have been working very hard, putting in a lot of long hours, many meetings and work sessions to complete and get as much of this as we can done. We as a Tohoto chapter feel that since February of 2021, we do have one resolved according to Navajo Nation OAG. Since the last contact with OAG, Tohoto Navajo chapter feels that 5 of the findings have been resolved since the OAG review. 7 have been implemented, and we are still working on getting 5 corrected. That's just our brief overview. We feel that number 6, our capital assets inventory and inventory of all other items have been taken since 2016. We feel that has been resolved. We feel it's been resolved because Tohoto chapter staff has submitted the FY 2021 underwriter exposure summary. Therefore, the property does have insurance and coverage. As for the capital assets inventory, that information has been extracted and placed on its own inventory sheet and is pending auditor's review. We feel number 11, the quarterly federal payroll reporting has not been filed in a timely manner, and the monthly federal tax deposits were not made timely. We feel that that's been resolved as of March 21st, 2021. Since then, they have all been on time with the assistance of our ASO from DCD, Garina Atakai. We feel that number 12, the chapter membership does not receive monthly financial reporting at several regular chapter meetings, and minutes were not available for audit review in a timely manner. I took the steps in creating a chapter combined balance sheet, which is available within the Tohoto Navajo chapter meeting agenda, and it is placed within social media and on all community boards within 48 hours of each meeting. So our constituents do have copies of every combined budget before a chapter meeting is duly called. We feel that number 14, the bank reconcile for the years under audit have not been located October 19th through March 31st, 2020, FY20. We feel that this has been resolved. All the documents have been located and placed in a binder with all other financial reports to be easy located in the chapter. Number 16, the name of the chapter's main bank account was changed in January 2017 without proper authorization. We feel that this has been resolved. We as chapter officials, during a duly called meeting, have passed a resolution to go ahead and put, how would I say this? I'm sorry. To go ahead and combine it where it now reads Tohoto Navajo chapter / Canecito Band of Navajos with all of the correct information, such as bank accounts, addresses, phone numbers, and authorized signature authorities. So we have that is what we feel we have resolved. As of right now, we have implemented number 2, expenditures were made without annual budgets for the 4 fiscal years, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Well, since January 2021, binders have been created for years 13 through 16. All budgets and forms have been approved through chapter resolutions and duly called meetings. We have implemented number 3, expenditures were made without proper support and documentation, such as requisition forms, purchase orders, receiving reports, and quotes to justify expenses. It has now been implemented and in place. No purchases have been made unless they follow the procurement policies and procedures. We feel number 5 has been implemented. The travel expenditure transactions did not have adequate support, such as travel authorization, trip report, proof of insurance, and driver's license for those using personal vehicles. A travel binder has been created for all officials, administration, and staff. Documentation is valid, up to date, and at the chapter on file. Our travel authorization was not needed January to July during COVID-19 pandemic. It is now implemented and fully completed. Ready to be reviewed. We feel that number 10, the new chapter, Desiderio Center, the building is in need of improvements and better safety and loss. NOSHA arrived here in Tohajale July 23rd, 2021 to assess the building. We are still awaiting the report. We feel that number 8, use of chapter property, rodeo grounds without approval and or compensation. We have recently reviewed and created policies that are just waiting to be approved and adopted by chapter resolution in a duly called meeting. Once we're able to have constituents in our meeting. We feel that number 13, inadequate filing system that requires organization, effort, and a timely action. It is currently in process. Vendor folders are done. PEP housing, discretionary financial assistance folders still need to be reviewed. Number 17 has been implemented. Lack of accountability over miscellaneous revenue collection for the 4 years under audit. So a fund management plan for tri-state policy has been created for assistance, but still is awaiting approval by chapter resolution in a duly called meeting. As of today, 8/18/2021, the following have not been corrected. Number 4, the established checklists required for housing discretionary fund were missing for all 72 sample transactions selected for test work. Although new forms and policies have been created and reviewed, they still need to be adopted and approved by chapter resolution in a duly called meeting. Number 7 has not been corrected. Lack of control over safeguards of chapter property and equipment items. We are still awaiting our purchase of property tags. Chapter issued property still needs to be returned from the previous administration. In order to take a step and create safeguard on our heavy equipment, we have created an MOU with our local entities. Number 15 has not been corrected. Lack of stable AMS and CSC. We are still in need of an AMS. It has been advertised on the DCD website, but as of yet, we have not received no applications from this recent job posting. So the next steps for Tohajale Navajo chapter in August, we did have a policy review August 5th and 6th. We are working on updating property inventory. We are working on housing discretionary PEP and financial assistant folder development. In September, we plan on policy approval and implementation. In October, we would like to continue and implement the policies along with our 5 management system. In November, we would like to request a follow-up review from OAG. And if possible, in December, an audit review from OAG. Any questions?
Thank you, Vice President. We're going to go ahead and proceed on to the Secretary Treasurer. And then we'll go back to the, we'll give some time, a bit of time to ASC as well. So Secretary Treasurer, you want to add anything?
Good afternoon, Mr. Freeland. That was the chapter secretary speaking. I've given you the outline.
Oh, my apologies.
Of the,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. My apologies. ASC, Ms. Adekai.
But this is Nora Morris as the chapter
Nora.
vice president. Yes.
Oh, okay. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, pretty much what our chapter secretary elaborated on. I just want to vouch that we have been working, to make these corrective actions. I just want to point out that prior to March, or prior to the time when we took office, we didn't know, all the necessary, the corrective action we're supposed to be implemented. That we weren't presented with that. So pretty much just what was given to us as of March 2021 is what we have been working on. So prior to that, we're not knowledgeable about that, but only what was presented to you, we have been working on. So we just want to move forward. We have been making corrections and, on a daily basis, we use our networking to communicate any activities that happen or anything that we need to know. I try to funnel everything through the chapter secretary. That way that they're documented and that she has all the information. So she's more or less our point of contact when it comes to chapter, because she's the one that is the record keeper and also the one that takes care of the budget. So more or less I just work side by sides with her, and we try to communicate like I said, and then just go everything according to the people's choice. So that's where we're at. So I just want to make it known to the RDC that we are trying to make these corrective action, and that we want to be able to move forward, and that we respect all the laws that you guys pass and all the laws that as a chapter plan of operation, and also the documentation that needs to be on file. We're making those corrections. So we just want you to know that we are working. It's not something that we just put something on the side, put it back on the shelf. But with the short time that we have, what the chapter secretary has brought forth to you is, we've been working on it. So right now it's down to 5 corrective actions, down to 5 actually. So I'm really happy that that we are, the chapter officials are working together and are moving forward with it, along with the ASC, and they have been really giving us technical assistance. And anytime when we need to contact them, we usually, we've been communicating through emails and also telephone. So that's what I just want to, make you aware of that. So that's why we want the Auditor General the chapter president did submit a letter to request that we be given an extension also for them to come back and do reviews on it, to review on our chapter because of, you know, just with the little time that they gave us, even though, you know, the little time we got, we have been really working and making sure that these information are on file and back to, you know, the way it needs to be. So it's unfortunate this thing has happened, but it's not, you know, those things are correctable. I mean, those things are, you know, just on the not only Chile, a lab and has a sado in the con, a la halit the snila to Hailan, you know, Jo Able Cub in con at night, the kidnaps at all. There's resources. I mean, we have Department of Justice to, you know, we've been working with them also. So I just want to ask the committee, you know, to consider that, you know, that we be given another 6 months or, you know, longer to knock off the five that we need to make corrections on. I mean, I didn't even know that, you know, there was other issues that, but, you know, down to 17, that was, you know, then down to 10, and then now, you know, down to 5, you know, so you know, I just want to plead with you that, you know, give us another opportunity. I know, you know, we can make it. We can make those corrective actions, and the auditors are welcome to come back and review our records. And because we, as chapter official, are supposed to, you know, make sure that things are, you know, accountable. We're accountable for, you know, those areas, especially the chapter secretary. I know that, you know, her, you know, has a lot of responsibility, but we've been giving her technical assistant as well. Otto, our council delegate, has been really working with us, and LDA. So we're all together. We all try to come into one level, and then, you know, and express our need with each other, as well as the ASC. So AI is about hit since halati na Navajo you know, AI is a holiat ito but to never cut this was on a young you know, you can't just put it aside. You have to really work for the people. Hala an hina nishita dati aniki benina in he kodo as a kodo tlito naso ya not and then benade nisho to ebony ye I said she would on this case aron da not ani do afdishna hala you know it's gonna you always learn something new each day. So with that, I just want to you know, make that comment to you all. Do sashay ani not ani council delegate sa an hatas and ata nikis industries oh shahad you need a list this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. ASC, do you want to add anything? ASC?
Yes, yeah, Deshanand, can you hear me?
Oh, go right ahead, Mr. Martin.
Yes, this is Samlatsa Jamartin with the ASC with the Division of Community Development. I also have on the call Garina Adakai, our ASO, who's been assisting the Tohajale chapter with their sanction and corrective actions. On behalf of the Division of Community Development, we do recommend that the chapter be given additional time to address their findings. They're doing a tremendous job at meeting those corrections and working diligently with our ASC staff to get those resolved. So we do appreciate your support. Thank you. Kat.
Mr. Martin. Thank you. Shana, does that conclude your presentation? Honorable Henyo.
Shanada, Pro Tem Chair, that concludes our presentation to the Resource Development Committee. We stand for questions.
Thank you. RDC members, Notanigi colleagues, open up the floor for questions,
comments, questions, related to the presentation by Office of Auditor General, as well as the Tuajale chapter and ASC and Honorable Henyo? Any comments or questions,
Chairman Kialan.
Shana, Honorable Kialan Miguel, go right ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Chairman, I Santana Sinki, the three chapter officials, Sinki, that the chapter, Sato, Papina, Nishikito, Ado, Koto, Nanishitat, not Anikito, Donachosaki. I commend you for that. I had Hago. I don't say good legislation, you don't need so again. I had on this quagga. Again, I mean, I don't like to penalize individuals of knowing that they're doing their best to make the correction, and I believe that we need to give them time. So maybe my direct request to Mr. Henio, what amount of time is sufficient for your chapter to do what it needs to do to complete the findings? How much time do you need? And maybe I can ask the Resource Development Committee to make that recommendation. Ado ASC, Kodo Division Community Development, Ms. Jin Martin, appreciate you helping the local chapter as well. Adon his staff, so Chairman, that's my direct question to the sponsor.
Honorable Honorable Henyo, question was posed to you by Honorable Kialamige. You have a response?
Pro Tem Chair, Delegate Freeland, Adoche, Delegate Kialamige, I think it's good to hear that. As the chapter had requested earlier during the presentation, 6 months, Quaggy, and then we'll show those results within that 6 month time period. So what we're asking is that with this legislation again, to hold it in abeyance within for 6 months and have a revisit from the Office of the Auditor General. Even after that revisit, a determination could be made again whether they would still recommend sanctions or they feel that the chapter is moving along adequately to actually move and complete a lot of all their findings. I'm sorry to for that question, Shay. Delegate Kialamige.
Honorable Henyo. Shana, do you have a follow-up comment or question, Honorable Kialamige?
Chairman, if the other committee wishes to make a statement on this particular legislation, I just don't want to make a motion for a table motion without them making their input. So if they want to speak, let them speak first, and then maybe come back to me, or they can make that motion as well, Chairman.
Honorable Kialamige. Colleagues on Resource Development Committee members, any discussion or any comments or questions related to the presentations that were made related to this legislation?
Chairman, this is Jordan at City. May I say something?
Mr. City, I'm actually asking for the comments from the Resource Development Committee members at this time. RDC members?
I have no comments, Honorable Freeland. This is Delegate Nez.
Okay. Honorable Daniels or Honorable Stewart or Che Walker? Honorable Walker?
Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead, Che.
Yes, I don't have any comments.
just that the committee could support the local chapters, when they are making their best effort, putting all their time and resources into making corrections, and if they're making progress, and if there's extenuating circumstances that kind of delay things like pandemics, even chapters quite Johnson, it what our comment is actually, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Thomas Walker, Chair. Thank you for your comments. Any additional comments or questions from Resource Development Committee members? Comments or questions related to the presentations made or the legislation on the main motion? Okay, if there's no additional comments, I want to go back to Honorable Kiela Miguel. Shana.
Chairman, Hernando Lescudon, Shana Aguiado, my chair and my vice chair, RDC member, Noslindigi. Again, somehow we got to help our chapters. Yes, unfortunately, some of these situation happens, but somehow we got to, I guess, give some confidence in our local chapter to get these straightened out. So if I'm an order chairman, I don't know if our legislative council is on the line. I'd like to make a motion to table this particular legislation with the condition that the chapter reports back to the chapter do a progress report back to the Resource Development Committee within 3 months, and then tabling the motion, the table that would just 6 months that okay I don't know if that's too long of tabling a legislation, but nonetheless I don't know if there's any particular language that we need to include into this particular legislation. And that way we'll have the chapters to work on a lot of these things, and again, a progress report within 3 months. Chairman, again, if there needs to be a correct way to do it, may I ask our legislative council to provide us that language to be included, or it's just a matter of just a tabling with recommendation for update report in 3 months. So, Chairman, that's my motion.
Okay, before I ask for a second, I want to ask for Ms. Mariana Khan or anyone from Legislative Council. We do have a motion that was made by Honorable Kiela Miguel to table the legislation for 6 months with a reporting back within 3 months. Ms. Khan? Anyone from
Yes,
Legislative
Mr. Chair,
Council?
this is Mariana Khan.
Okay, Ms. Khan, we need your guidance and assistance, please. Interpretation of this tabling motion that was made by Honorable Kiela Miguel. I don't know if you heard it.
Yes, I did hear it. Mr. Chair Pro Tem and members of the RDC committee, as I have said with the previous legislation 0109-21 having to do with sanctions on the Hard Rock chapter, this particular legislation, again, I will say the same thing. If a tabling motion is desired, then the legislation will go on to the next committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, which is the final authority on this particular legislative topic. And of course, again, if you would like to have language with regard to allowing the chapter 6 months to continue its work on its corrective action plan that can be put into the report. And again, as I've stated, Title II, Section 164A11 states that once a tabling motion is done, it goes on to the next committee who has final authority. And with regard to the 6 months or even 3 months, 6 months to complete the project, to complete the various assignments, could be put into the report. In addition, a request that the chapter report to the Resources and Development Committee in 3 months could also be put into the report. Mr. Pro Tem Chair Freeland, that is my recommendation and my interpretation of a tabling motion with regard to this legislation. I will go back on mute now and continue to listen to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Shanatai, there we go. We can add language to the committee report, I believe, as previously noted. We can't table the motion. We can table it, but it will still proceed on to the Budget and Finance Committee, who does have final authority. Now, what is the wishes of the committee? Should we add language to the committee report that makes a recommendation to add a 6 month stipulation or a deferment of 6 months to allow Tuajale chapter to be given adequate time to work on the last or the final proceedings of the findings, or any sort of stipulation related to that with a 3 month language as well that also indicates that they are to report back to RDC within that 6 month time period. Could we add that language, Shanta? How do you feel about that?
Chairman Kealan?
Shana, go right ahead.
Chairman, maybe I'd like to make a modification of my amendment rather than tabling the legislation. My recommended language, as referenced by our legislative council, that the Resource and Development Committee is not recommending for the sanction, allow the chapter 6 months to continue completing, resolve the audit finding, and report back, do an update report or follow-up report within 3 months. So that would be, I don't know if that's 3 separate amendment that needs to be made, or that could be done in one statement. Chairman, that would be my modified motion.
I feel like that you're amending your proposed modification to the initial request of your motion. So, Ms. Begay, did you get all that by chance, Shema? Before I ask for a second.
Yes, I jotted the notes down. I'll work with Mariana and get the proper language. You can proceed.
Okay, and can we include all 3 points that were made by Honorable Kealan Begay under 1 point on the report?
Yes.
The budget finance? Okay.
Yes.
All right, it'll be under that. Okay. All right, with that motion made by Honorable Kealan Begay to insert language in the committee report, we'll go ahead and make those recommendations. Honorable Henyo, Ashwiga, brother.
There's language from RDC to recommend to Budget and Finance. That'd be perfect.
Okay, thank you, brother. All right, with that, I want to go ahead and ask for a second then, if we can, to Honorable Kealan Begay's motion to insert language in the committee report as duly noted. Shanta.
Pro Tem Chair, I'll second that.
All right, my distinguished Che from Western Agency, Honorable Thomas Walker, makes that second. With that, we do have a motion to insert language at hand. We also have your, with that, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions, Chantal? If not, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Shana, Honorable Kiel McGee, how do you vote, brother?
Chairman, Kiel, thank you.
Thank you, brother. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote, brother?
Green.
Red?
Green.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said red. My apologies. Green? Okay. Shana, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Green? Okay. Shana, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairman Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Green? Okay. Thank you, Che. Chairman. Che, Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Walker. With that, the motion does pass with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Tem Chair not voting. With that, committee members, we do have that recommendation to to Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any other comments or questions as we go back to the main motion? Chantal? Comments or questions related to this legislation? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. If not, I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote then on the main motion of this legislation. Chantal, if we may, Honorable Kiel Mbige, how do you vote, brother?
Chairman, Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Okay, green. Shana, Ursula, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
All right, green. Shana, Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Okay. Shana, Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
All right, Viga. Thank you, Chairman. Che, Vice Chair, Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the main motion does pass to proceed on with with this legislation at hand. Thank you, Shana, Honorable Henyo, for this legislation 0114-21. It does move on to Budget and Finance Committee next. So with that, Chantal, thank you. Staff as well, Office of Auditor General, as well as Division Community Development, ASC. Thank you all for all your due diligence on this project. Thank you. With that, moving on, Chantal, we're going to go ahead and move on down to item H on the agenda. Legislation number 0127-21. Mr. Gay, could we get this legislation read into the record, please? Mr. Gay, star 6.
Vice Chair, give me a few minutes. Let me locate the document, okay? I was so busy trying to get my budget legislations in order here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Tahi?
Chair, I can read it into the record.
Okay, if you could assist us with that, that would be great. While Mr. Brigade works on the budget documents. Thank you.
This is tracking number 0127-21, an action relating to Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, approving a change in resolution number CAP-35-18 for Twin Lakes chapter by deleting 3 projects in the year 1 funding period and adding new heavy equipment purchase in the year 3 funding period. Be enacted, Section 1 Authority. A, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council is empowered to exercise oversight authority regarding matters following chapter activities to NNC section 500C. B, the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council is empowered to review and recommend to the Navajo Nation Council the budgeting, appropriation, investment, and management of all funds, and to coordinate and review all fiscal, financial, and investment activities of the Navajo Nation to NNC section 301, B2 and 5. Section 2, findings. The Navajo Nation Council approved resolution number CAP-35-18 entitled Adopting the Shishan Fund Power Line and Chapter Project Expenditure Plan pursuant to CD-38-14 as amended by CJA-03-18-18 and 2 NNC section 2501-2508 as amended, waiving 12 NNC sections 810F, 820I, and M, and 860C relating to capital improvement budget and the capital improvement process. CAP-35-18 is incorporated herein within reference. B, CAP-35-18 section 4C provides a chapter project power line, water line project may be changed, including the year funded or added to exhibits A through E with the concurrence of the delegate representing the chapter, council delegates district, and the approvals of the Resources and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, as long as such projects can be certified as construction ready by CPMD or NTUA, and the total funding for the districts does not exceed $4,166,666.67. C, certain purchases of heavy equipment of the Twin Lakes chapter as approved in Exhibit D of CAP-35-18, the CAP-35-18 Exhibit D showing Twin Lakes chapter projects NOS 22, 23, and 24 is attached here to as Exhibit 1. The expenditures of these purchases was approved for year 1 funding in the following amounts. Number 22, Caterpillar 420 FD 4WD backhoe loader, $143,000. Number 23, Massey Ferguson 2706E, $55,000. Number 24, Caterpillar 140 M3 AWD motor grader, $238,091.16. D, for all 3 of these approved purchases, the Twin Lakes chapter exercised a cost savings in the following amount. See Exhibit 2. From purchasing number 2 Caterpillar 420F 4WD backhoe loader, $50,035.12 saved. From purchase number 23 Massey Ferguson 2706E, $17,371.16 saved. From purchasing number 24 Caterpillar 140 M3 AWD water grader, $48,354.85 saved. E, because of these cost savings in Twin Lakes chapter now desires to spend the savings on other heavy equipment needed by the chapter in the year 3 funding period described in Exhibit 3 as the following. From purchasing number 22 savings of $50,035.12, changed to new purchase of a CV515 truck 4x4 with flatbed, cab guard, move to 3, purchase amount $50,035.12. From purchase number 23 savings of $17,371.16, change to new purchase of CV515 truck 4x4 with flatbed, cab guard, move to year 3. with purchase amount of $17,371.16. From purchase number 24, savings of $48,354.85, change to new purchase of CV 515 truck 4x4 with flatbed cab guard moved to year 4 with purchase amount of $48,354.85. F. Regarding this request, the Division of Community Development has submitted on behalf of the chapter a CAP-3518, a Capital Projects Management Department Shoshone Project Amended Certification Form attached as Exhibit 3. The CPMD Amended Certification Form shows the signature of delegate for Twin Lakes chapter as required by CAP-35-18, Section 4C. G. The CAP-34-18 Shoshone Project Amendment Certification Form Exhibit 3 shows the requested change to be made to Exhibit D project number 22, 23, and 24, deleting the original heavy equipment purchases in the year 1 funding period and adding the 3 new purchases in the year 3 funding period as explained in paragraph E above. H, as required by CAP-35-18, Section 4C, the new project to be added have been certified by the Capital Projects Manager Department as construction ready, and the total Shawnee fund for the Twin Lakes Council District will not exceed $4,166,666.67. In fact, the original Shoshone fund amounts from the projects numbers 23, 24, 25 as approved in CAP 3518 will remain unchanged. I, the Shoshone funds shall be reimbursed in the amount allocated authorized in this legislation for prospective funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all appropriate state, federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related release. Section 3, approvals. The Navajo Nation Council hereby approves changes to resolution CAP-3518 Exhibit D, project number 22, 23, and 24 for Twin Lakes chapter by deleting the heavily equipment purchase listed in the year 1 funding period and adding the following purchases for the year 3 funding period. Number 22, $50,035.12 for the purchase of a CV 515 truck 4x4 with flatbed cab guard. For number 23, $17,371.16 for the purchase of a CV 515 truck 4x4 with flatbed and cab guard. For number 24, $48,354.85 for the purchase of a CV 515 truck 4x4 flatbed cab guard. Section 4, effective date. The action order shall become effective pursuant to 2 NNC Section 2505. Section 5, savings clause. If any provisions of this legislation is determined invalid by the Supreme Court of the Navajo Nation or by a Navajo Nation district court without appeal to the Navajo Nation Supreme Court, the provisions not determined invalid shall remain as Navajo Nation law. Attached is Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3. In addition, a memorandum dated to addressed to Honorable Delegate Pernell Halona, member of the Health and Human Services and Human Services Committee of 24 Navajo Nation Council, from Lorraine D. Lapahi, Principal Advocate from Office of Legislative Counsel, dated July 26, 2021. In addition, is also the 5-day comment period that was posted on July 27th, 2021 at 5:21 p.m. The 5-day period comment ended on August 1st, 2021. There is no comment supporting, there's no comments opposing, and there's no comments and recommendation. Chair, members of the committee, that's legislation number 0127-21 read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Appreciate that. I believe just for the record that the final authority will read those into the record. But thank you for doing that. Definitely appreciate that, Mr. Tahi. So, colleagues, Can I go ahead and let's go ahead and establish a motion and a second, please? Motion.
Stewart.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. makes a motion. Can I go ahead and get a second, please?
Daniel, second.
Honorable Herman Daniels with that second. Thank you. We do have a motion and a second established. With that, Honorable Pernell Halona, are you on the line? Honorable Pernell Halona? Going once. Honorable Pernell Halona going twice.
Chair Pro Tem, this is Doug Eugenio. He's still busy chairing the non-KOTA.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Let me take over for him on that side, and I'll have him join you on the side about application about RDC.
Okay, if you don't mind, Shana. Committee members, is that Ashpiga? We could defer to the next meeting too. What's the wishes of the committee? I did do a 3-call.
3 calls turn out. Hey.
Unless we have a co-sponsor in Windrock. Shana? Honorable Henyo? We're just going to go ahead and defer it.
Okay, I'm taking over and I'll be KOTA. He'll be calling in right now.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Anyone from Twin Lakes chapter on the line? CPMD? Anyone from CPMD or anyone from Twin Lakes chapter? Honorable Halona.
Pro Tem Chair, the legislation is going to Budget and Finance, and it's just a change in project for the council resolution. So there's not really a need for an agent. So as soon as the sponsor gets on, you can proceed with the deliberation on the legislation.
Okay, thank you, Shema, for that. Honorable Pernell Halona, are you on the line? It's not maybe
Chairman.
We should, yes.
Chairman Keown, maybe go to my legislation because the next 2 legislation is Mr. Halona. Maybe by that time he'll be on the line.
Okay.
Once we're done.
Okay.
Because my legislation is just an appointment.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to yours then. With that, Ms. Begay, can we proceed on? We'll come back to Honorable Halona's as well as Honorable Edmund Yazzie and Honorable Halona's. We'll come back to H and I. If we can move on to Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.'s legislation. If we can read that into the record, please.
Honorable Freeland, this is Delegate Nez, request to speak,
yes, sir. Right ahead, Chairman.
I believe there's a motion and a second. Maybe
That's
perhaps
right.
they need to withdraw. They need to withdraw.
Thank you for that, Chairman. Motioning party and second, can can we have ask for a withdrawal of your motion before we proceed on to Honorable Kiel Miguez?
Motion
We'll come back to
withdrawn.
that motion. We'll reestablish that motion in a second. Second, Igisha. Who is the second?
There's Honorable Daniels.
Honorable Daniel Shina, are you out there?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I'll go ahead and withdraw too.
Okay. All right, thank you. You need some menudo, brother. All right, with that, we're gonna go ahead. We have that motion and second withdrawn, main motion, withdrawn. So we'll go ahead and move on down. We'll come back to action I. Honorable Kiel, or excuse me, Shema, Ms. Begay, if we can go ahead and read Honorable Kiel Begay's legislation into the record, please. And we'll establish a motion in a second on that one. Thank you.
Chairman, Vice Pro Tem Chair.
Yes.
Okay, you have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0163-21. The date on it is August 11, 2021. Title of the resolution, action relating to Resource Development Committee confirming the nomination president's appointment of Mr. Earl Tooley to the Nomination Water Rights Commission for a term of 3 years as a Chinle Agency Commissioner. The purpose of the legislation is to confirm the nomination appointment of Mr. Earl Tooley to the Nomination Water Rights as a Chinle Agency Commissioner. You will note that the legislation is assigned only to Resource Development Committee, and prime sponsor is Kiel Begay Jr. Tracking number 0163-21 and action relating to Resource Development, confirming the nominations appointment of Earl Tooley to the Nomination Water Rights Commission for a term of 3 years as a Chinle Agency Commissioner. Being enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council to NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource Development Committee has legislative authority to grant final confirmation of appointments to enterprise boards, Nomination Water Rights Commission entities under the authority of the committee requiring appointments to NNC Section B9. C, according to the plan of operation, the Nomination Water Rights Commission. President of the nomination has authority to appoint 2 members to the Nomination Water Rights Committee. GSCAP 0704 sub-exit A, Article 5A, attached as Exhibit 1. Section 2, findings. A, each Nomination Water Rights Commission member shall serve for a term, a 4-year term pursuant to NNWRC Plan of Operation approved GSCAP 0704 sub-exit A, Article 4C, Exhibit 1. B, the president of the nomination is authorized to appoint to the Nomination Water Rights Commission 1 commission member from the Chinle Agency, GSCAP 0704 sub-exit A, Articles 5C, C, Exhibit 1. C, the Chinle Agency Commissioner position has been vacant since November 2020 and has been vacant beyond the 60-day appointment period afforded the president. D, Mr. Earl Tooley fulfills the requirement for the appointment as a Chinle Agency Commissioner on Nomination Water Rights Commission, see Exhibit 2. E, the president of the nomination has appointed Mr. Earl Tooley as the Chinle Agency Commissioner of the Nomination Water Rights, see Exhibit 3. If it is in the best interest of the nomination that Earl Tooley be appointed and confirmed as a commissioner of Chinle Agency for the Nomination Water Rights Commission. Section 3, appointment. The Resource Development Committee of the Nomination Council hereby confirms the nomination president's appointment of Mr. Earl Tooley to the Nomination Water Rights Commission. Mr. Tooley's appointment will begin upon confirmation by the Resource Development Committee and on November 19, 2023, fulfilling the remainder of the 3-year term as provided for in the Nomination Water Rights Plan of Operation. You have Exhibit 1G, SCAP 0704, which is referenced throughout the content of the legislation. You also have exhibit to that the plan of operation. And hold on. Exhibit number 2 is the letter of interest from Mr. Earl Tooley and it's to the nomination President Jonathan Naz. The date on it is July 21st, 2021. And you also have Mr. Tooley's background information, which is attached. And the Blue Gap Teche chapter resolution supporting the appointment of Mr. Tooley. And that resolution number is BGCH 19-09-002. And Exhibit 3, it's dated July 22nd, 2021. You have the nomination president's letter appointing Mr. Earl Tooley. You also have legislative internet public review publication. The date on it, the data was posted on the council website is August 11, 2021. And the 5-day comment period ended on August 16, 2021. There is no supporting comments or recommendation. Mr. Chair, Pro Tem Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Shema Ms. Begay, for that reading of that record and into the record 0163-21. Shantai, sponsored by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. With that, committee members, can we go ahead and get a motion established and a second, please? Motion and a second.
Motion, Delegate Nez.
Honorable Chairman Nez and Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker. We do have a motion and a second in place. With that, Shantai, Honorable Kealan Begay, brother.
Chairman, Chairman and Vice Chair for motion in a second. Santana Syndicate, Kudo, Mr. Tooley, to be part of the Water Rights Commissioner. Koko Hitashi Binanshi, Lado, Ado, Yahoo Syndicate, Kodona, Bekob Washington, Sato, Yanadnisto, Ado Kodo up to Nan Legal Quag, Hinido, Narado, Ado Kodo, the family, Bastion, Kinanida, Ecuadoshi, Beda Hotelzen, a corp in Mexico, Ecuador, so Ado Kodo, selection Batilia, Aja from the President's office, as you can see the appointment letter. I'd like to give some time for his own introduction, and if there's any common question to him, Chairman. So if I could give some time to Mr. Tooley to do an introduction and then maybe do a brief maybe a summary of his interest in this particular position. So with that, I do have confidence in him to be in this position. So the legislation be sponsored. So with that, Chairman, if you could give some time to Mr. Tooley, Chairman.
Okay, Shantai, Honorable Kealan Begay, Mr. Tooley, go ahead and the floor is yours. Mr. Tooley?
Probably star six.
Star 6. Mr. Tooley, are you on the line, sir? Okay. Shana, I don't think he's on the line.
He texts me that he says that he is on the line. I'm sure he's trying to do the star 6.
Star 6, Mr. Tooley. Mr. Tooley?
He texts me, Chairman. He did text me. He says that he's pressing star 6, but it's not. Maybe I'll have the staff help him call in.
Ms. Begay, do you see Mr. Tooley on the line by chance, or do you see any?
Pro Tem Chair, I don't see his name, but there are a lot of numbers that are not, I can't identify which one is his call.
Mr. Tooley? Star 6, not
Key Allen, maybe you can text him and tell him to call back in so that we could recognize his number.
If there's...
Yeah, there, I'm on the line.
Oh, there you are. Okay,
Chairman,
Mr. Tooley.
I did. I just connected him through my phone. Chairman, Mr. Tooley, go ahead.
Diga, go ahead.
Hakoshina. Oh, Hakoshina. Yeah, the quackers. Handiki dos Kijanan Kas. I don't that. Ako, Ken, Hidini, Dolis. I don't the Kushik is and Danish Ashen Deniki Ko. Not so say did Lado, Yahit so as Argent. I don't that. But not in Lingo, a coon there, she had Hidini, Dolis. I don't thought better now that him late cat nasnely. The Banagano, or take about hot, son don't lay totus there, don't lay nas lany. A stosanad so that they did la no shay ado yit sadan the oshit han out a ya hot. I don't that the quiggy a ya hand so shay ya con. Tene sheep the Ninikito Aja Trata stand Liniki Aya by head Nehal Aya and Leland Cadi don't lay coyat the Ade the Nate Catholic A Diki Ayan Ha Hot a Bosch Ijo Aya Con de King Nan Shadid Ilia the Nates and Lindolis. I don't the Apen Nachico Ayan Latin Habana Huid Net and Lindolis. The Tona Rake. I don't that either coordinate ani leneging ani ADK a nabeho ikako a yakondiki a aspect the deal nature hot ego a sadiki behatet. I don't the codon hitan dot a co. At all Nathan Liniki a Johan so she has ani the hot nodo ha 11 that on the show yard na haki quickie a bikit dot. Ado on the Becao and then Ecuador, in Kitna and Nation Dido, letting it down or that Ado on the day, and he got it orly. Ado on the day, the 13 Dover Anna, Recorder, now be Hopa National, so a quick Asia Chinabia horse. Ado on the old cotton leany, stock quick Aya Batin, Sleek or door, Corder Nikita Hort, Eginago, Hoba Kaya, Kagi, Yat Eonikitas Adorlit, Aquados, and another Joss, Chateau, Conde, as a talk cast another cat that has linked to link in Lesto. Eight to Alana Bunsen, the Codi, the Twana Ragi, do Conde Washington, but not on the show, Bosch Kijo, a Sneedo, but not on the show. A would ego a young kitas Ado, a would ego non kit nest, to one so go a day has three in Lindo Leto, he had.
Mr. Tooley, Shetland, Tago, yeah. Sanat, does that conclude your presentation?
Chairman, that will conclude our presentation. If there's any comment or question of the appoint the nominee, we'll stand for question and comment, Chairman. I appreciate the time.
Sanat, Honorable Kellen Begay. Colleagues, Northlenigi, Resource Development Committee members, comments, questions, Sanat. Any comments or questions related to this legislation?
Mr. Chair, Pro Tem Chair.
Honorable Herman Daniel, do you have the floor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. Ecuador. Ado Ecuador, the legislation could on any Yankee. I see Ecuador. So Ado Ecuador, Neda. Or I see Abonet, Ecuador. Mr. Tooley, Joe Ecuador, the Kihati, made to confirm as Nagy or Water Rights Commission, as the Hanagi. Mazay Central Agency, Adre, Ado Yana, Ado Ya Tataga, Lesico. So, I fully support this legislation 100%. I call 80 about this. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Herman Daniels, thank you. Additional comments or questions, Shant? Any additional comments or questions related to this legislation? If not, I want to go ahead and proceed on. We do have a main motion established along with a second. Would somebody want to say something? Okay. If not, I want to go ahead and call for the vote then. Shant, aye. A vote on the main motion for 0163-21. Shana, or Stella, I'm sorry. Shana, Honorable Kielmige, how do you vote, brother?
Chairman, Bill Kielmige Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Okay. Stella, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote, brother?
Green.
Shana, Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Honorable Chairman Nez, how do you vote? Aye.
Delga Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chairman Thomas Walker, Chiche, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Okay, he might have lost signal. With that, we do have 4 in favor at this time, 0 opposed, and Pro Tem Chair not voting. The main motion does pass. Congratulations, Mr. Tooley. Thank you for the legislation, Ms. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. Thank you. With that,
oh yeah,
with that, I want to go ahead and move on down then to the next item on the agenda. Going back to item H, legislation 0127-21. Honorable Pernell Halona, are you on the line? Ms. Begay, do we need to reread this back into the record, or is it?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, no we can proceed with the legislation.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. With that, we have legislation number 0127-21, sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Halona, are you on the line? Before I let you proceed, I want to reestablish the motion and a second for this legislation. Committee members, can I go ahead and get that motion and a second established, please, before we turn it over to Mr. Halona? Committee members?
Motion, Delegate Nez. Delegate Rick Nez, motion.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, for that motion. Second, Chantal?
Kiawe.
Thank you, Honorable Kiawe Jr. with the second. Honorable Pernell Halona. Are you in the line? Star 6 yourself. Honorable Halona?
He is on the call.
I'm on the call right now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go right ahead. You have the floor, Honorable Halona.
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure. I didn't get the message that I was going to be on the agenda today, but I have this legislation that I want to get passed to have the CSN funding balance redirected for the Twin Lakes Chapter House. And the balance of the money I want to use for to purchase a new vehicle, and the vehicle will be used to haul the backhoe around. We have a trailer that was purchased through the other equipment purchases that we did with the CSN fund for all the chapters. Twin Lakes chapter got a backhoe and a flatbed trailer. We do not have a truck big enough to haul that trailer around, so we want to redirect some of this money to purchase a vehicle so that we can haul our backhoe around instead of driving it back and forth up and down the highway. Of course, you know, it causes a lot of wear and tear on the equipment when we do run it up and down the highway. So that's what this legislation is concerned, to use the money to purchase a one-ton truck, a dually, equipped to handle the load to transport our backhoe.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Halona. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir. That concludes my presentation right now. I'm not sure if I had got word out to the chapter president, see if he was going to get on the line. If he's on the line, I'd like to see if he has anything that he would like to express.
Okay. Is that Mr. John?
Good afternoon, honorable delegates. This is Mr. Norman John from Twin Lakes.
You have the floor, President John. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you for this legislation prepared by Mr. Halona. I see because of the vehicles that we have, we only have a one-ton truck, but it's not suitable to haul a backhoe and a grader. So we got a 20-foot trailer from the same funding source. So the balance of that was we wanted to utilize it to get the 1.5-ton truck to utilize to haul the heavy equipment. And what that was now, even though we're just off the highway, but people are asking us way up there by 3 or 4 miles up the road, 6 miles. And Twin Lakes is a small community, but with a lot of roads going to individual. We have a population in the neighborhood of 7,200. I think we try to deal with county roads, NDOT, but they're wanting more of a CDL. So we have a person that's running the operator. He's very knowledgeable. He retired from the P&M mine, so He's very knowledgeable in yet at the either a share Nikado, Shadati, and now it all and I can share out this and the never caught and dashboard. I could out there, nothing. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and then the Resource Committee and Mr. Alona. So let's chat.
Mr. John. Honorable Halona, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does, Pro Temp Chair, Mr. Philly.
Honorable Halona. Resource Development Committee members of Senigi, comments or questions?
Questions, Shana.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., go right ahead, Shana.
Gee. Just kidding, Shana.
Sorry.
No, Shana, Keth, those are that, yeah, just those measure Keth. Though, Mr. Halona, Mr. Norman John, the legislation, the Nigi and looking at the legislation and the request again. I would like to ask, where is the chapter resolution to say yes to move these funds? And then secondly is, where are the quotes for this equipment, change of equipment and whatnot, considering the prices and whatnot? And was it also brought before the community? Was there public information given to the community? Because I'm asking these questions because when I do stuff for my chapters, that's the way they do things with chapter resolutions, and they tell the community members what their request is, what they want, and the chapter is aware of it. The chapter community is aware of it, and then they vote on it, and they submit those resolutions like that. So those are the questions I have for this legislation.
I want to make sure I say that right. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Halona, you want to respond?
I was on the assumption that the resolution was attached to the legislation. I can get Mr. John, can you send us a copy? Mr. John, are you on? Norman John?
Hello, this is Mr. John. Okay, the community and the chapter official informed this is how much money is left. So we met with NDOT, and he said, well, if that's the case, you got to submit your quotation. So that's what happened. So at the same time, we passed a resolution with the confirmation of Chief of Staff from the Speaker's office, Ms. Sheridan Yazi. And she informed us that we have that much money left. So that's how we did the resolution, and we passed it with a quotation. My chapter coordinator, Juanita Tom, did the quotation and went out to get the quotation, and we attached the resolution and the quotation, and then we submitted to the window to Mr. Halona, because I think this was back done in March or April, or maybe February. But I can get the resolution and the quotation by tomorrow morning because my staff is out. I'll get it tomorrow morning to Mr. Halona. That would be possible, sir.
Honorable Wilson Stewart, do you have a follow-up question?
Pro Shana Chair, Pro Tem Chair Ado Shana Keto Shijayaja. Because looking at the exhibits, the CSM project amendment, it just has prices in there, and it was done in July 16th, 2021. So I would like to see those price quotes. I mean, we're dealing with chapter funds that was already given to them. Yes, but I don't know if the community was aware of it. And we as RDC, AAL, we try to make sure that everything's attached to it. So for me, I would hate to vote yes on this and then not get anything. So I would like to just request to table it till we get all the other stuff in it, if it's doable. I don't know.
Okay. Are you making a motion to table?
Coach and I.
Okay. With that, I don't know if we are the final authority on this.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, this is Mariana Khan.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Khan.
Okay. Mr. Pro Tem Chair, Delegate Freeland, and members of the Resources and Development Committee, as you can see from the legislation title, this legislation is sent to the Resources and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. In this case, it goes to the Budget and Finance Committee next. And as such, the Budget and Finance Committee is the final authority. However, with regard to the question of a chapter resolution and the quotes, the chapter resolution and quotes are not attached to this resolution because the cap 3518 states what is to be provided when an amendment is done, and it puts the work onto the Division of Community Development and the Division of Community Development Citizen Project Amendment Certification, which is Exhibit 3 in this legislation. It is incumbent upon the Capital Projects Management Department to do the legwork or get the information in this case. And when it gets the information, it puts forward this Citizen Project Amendment Certification, which is signed by the CPMD project manager, in this case, Elmer Johnson, and the CPMD project department manager, James Atakai. And they are the ones who sign off on the sufficiency of the information that is given. And the question has come up before of whether the chapter resolution is to be attached. And my research on this in the past is that CAP-35-18 has language in it about what is to be included with when an amendment is done, and there is no requirement that the resolution be actually attached to this legislation. As Mr. John has stated, they do have a resolution, and if there was a person from the projects management department online, they could tell us the process that they used before they issued their certification for the amendment of the project. Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I would see if there's somebody from the CPMD that can go through the process that they follow before they issue an amendment certification. In the meantime, I will find the link, see if I can find the language that the CAP-35-18 requires for an amendment process. But Mr. Chair Pro Tem, like I said, this question has come up before, and the chapter resolution isn't required to be attached once there is because there is a certification that a certain process has been followed and signed upon by the CPMD department for this amendment. But as I said, I recommend that you see if there's anybody from CPMD who is on the line that could explain their process. In the meantime, I will quickly look for CAP 35-18. Mr. Chair Pro Tem, I will get off. I'll go on mute for a minute to locate that legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem and members of RDC.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. It looks like we won't be able to establish that motion, brother, of tabling per Office of Ledge Counsel. It would still proceed on, I guess, previously, like what we did with the chapters A in Navajo. So with that, committee members, is CPMD on the line? Division of Community Development.
This is James Sadakai from Capital Projects Management Department.
Oh, Mr. Sadakai, thank you for joining us. Did you hear Ms. Khan's explanation of or ask of the process of how these proceedings go forward? If you could explain that.
Yeah, certainly.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, currently, the process is the chapter resolution is required and with documentation as far as the cost quotation for the amounts that are indicated on the change form. And during pandemic, due to complications with COVID-19, we were required a letter because chapters were teleconferencing with a minimum number of quorum requirement. We're working on rules and regulation revision per council directive in accordance with recent citizen legislation, a resolution, chapter resolution as a requirement, the cost. So kind of streamlining we did review this form, the citizen project amendment certification in accordance to Council Resolution CAP 35-18. So we considered sufficient, and also the project manager signed it, and also the department manager signed off on this particular documentation.
Mr. Adekai, thank you for the explanation. Going back to Honorable Halona, going back to committee members, Losenegi, any other comments or questions, Shantai? Related to the legislation. We're still on the main motion. Ms. Khan or Ms. Begay, the concerns that were brought up by Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., could that be added into the committee report? Ms. Begay or Ms. Khan? You're
I'm
probably
sorry,
both busy.
Josh. Can you repeat that again? I was,
Could
like I said, I'm busy.
could the concerns that were stated by Honorable Wilson Stewart be added on to the committee report to be at Budget and Finance?
Those documents were sent into tracking section. Is that what happened and it wasn't attached? Mr. Halona? That's a question to Mr. Halona.
Mr. Halona?
Yes, they were attached when it sent it in. And then I didn't follow it up after that. I just dropped the legislation with, I didn't know that it was not attached at that time.
Okay. Okay, there you go. Augustina, colleagues, Resource Development Committee members, are there any additional comments or questions related to this legislation? Ms. Khan was looking for a document, I believe. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I have the legislation before me. I don't know why I can't read. I can't find the language regarding amendments to what was originally passed in CAP 3518, but I have a distinct recollection that the chapter resolution was not required for the legislation to amend, but as has been said, there was requirements that needed to be seen by the CPMD staff before they made their certification. And that certification was supposed to make sure all that was done. And from what I heard, that was provided to them, but their certification is what is the exhibit that says that the procedure was followed. I'm sorry,
So
I just can't seem to find the language in the resolution itself. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair Pro Tem.
So your recommendation or in your legal interpretation, this legislation is in order, correct?
Mr. Chair Pro Tem, yes, that is my understanding. It is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Khan. Hagoshin Shantai, Resource Development Committee members, if there's no additional comments or questions, I want to go ahead and proceed on then with the main motion and the second with the vote on legislation, this particular legislation sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Then if there's no comments or questions, Shantai. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Silla, how do you vote on the main motion?
The main motion?
Yes, sir.
Red.
Okay, red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote, Shania?
Chairman Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shania. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., how do you vote, Shania?
Green for Halona.
Green chili for Halona, yeah. Thank you, Shania. Chairman Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Hagoshin, thank you, Chairman. Chairman Nez. Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Vice Chair Thomas Walker? He might be in a
yes, I vote green.
Okay.
I vote green.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shiche. With that, the motion does pass with a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed, and Pro Tem Chair not voting. This legislation does move on to the Budget and Finance Committee. Honorable Halona, Mr. John, thank you very much for this presentation of your legislation. So with that, I want to go ahead and move on down the next item on the agenda. Item I Legislation number 0158-21. Ms. Begay, if we can get this read into the record, please, before we establish a motion in a second. Thank you.
Thank you, committee members, RDC. Appreciate your assistance. Have a good day.
Pro Tem Chair, call out for the sponsors on this particular.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsor. Honorable Yazzie, are you on the line? Saru Hawks. Honorable Halona, are you still on the line? Tohatchi Cougars. I think he might have hung up. Honorable Edmund Yazzie? Going once? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, going twice. Honorable Pernell Halona, going 3 times. We don't have a sponsor or co-sponsor online, so with that, we can go ahead and have this deferred to the next committee meeting. Shnata Ashliga.
You got chair.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're moving on down the agenda. Item J, approving to schedule a 2-day work session with Navajo Nation Water Rights, Department of Water Resources, Navajo Department of Justice Water Rights Unit, recommending date. Ms. Begay, do you want to speak to this?
Honorable Mark Freeland?
Yes.
Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. You are muted.
Oh, I guess I'm missing another vote.
How long votes green?
If somebody can vote, please mute their phone.
Green. Honorable Vince James?
Ms. Begay, can you please mute that phone?
Votes green. Honorable Rick Nez?
Ms.
That
Begay?
it?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Item J.
This request came from our meeting with the Navajo Nation Water Rights. And Madam Chair Jolynn Ashley would like to have a 2-day work session to have some discussion on all of the water rights matters. So they are gonna find a location. And yesterday I sent you copies of the calendar for August and September, letting you know what dates were available.
Okay.
Looking at the calendar for August, we have August 30 and 31st available. And then August 13th, September 13 and 14th, September 16 and 17 are the dates that are available.
Okay. Thank you, Shima. Committee members, is there a specific date? I won't be available August 30 and 31st. I have to go move my youngest daughter into the dorm and college. So I won't be unavailable those 2 days. I will be available September though, just to let you know. Thank you. Committee members?
Any recommendation?
Honorable Freeland, this is Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman, go right ahead, Chair. Go right ahead, Chairman.
I believe that if we could schedule it sometimes in September, it would be good. I also will be moving my daughter into the dorm, going to school in the fall. Thank you.
September 13th and 14th, or September 16th and 17th.
September 16 and 17 is recommended, right? Shata, Ashiga.
16 and 17 should be fine. Thank you.
It was recommended by Chairman Nez, September 16 and 17. Ashiga committee members.
I'm okay with that.
All right.
Motion. Is there a motion?
No motion yet, Chairman. Motion for September 16 and 17 made by Chairman Ricky Nez. Is there a second?
Kellen.
Honorable Kellen Begay seconds that motion. With that, committee members, will go ahead and call for the vote then for September 16 and 17 meeting with Water Rights Commission, DOJ, as well as Department of Water Resources. Chitile, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote, brother?
Green.
Green, thank you. Shana, Honorable Kellen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Chairman Kellen was green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shana. Shana, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote, brother?
Green.
Okay, thank you, Shana. Shana, Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez, how do you vote, Chairman?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez, for that. Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Shiche, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
With that, Resource Development Committee members, the motion does pass. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Tem Chair not voting. We do have dates set forth September 16 and 17. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on down the agenda. Next item, please. Item.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, the next item is, again, scheduling a leadership meeting but with Navajo Division of Transportation and others.
Okay.
I believe this request came from Delegate Kealan Begay. I'll work with him on who needs to be participating in this meeting. And again, the recommended date, I have September 13 and 14 open. Or September 20th.
Okay, so if we can go ahead and get a motion established first. In a second, please.
Motion for the 20th.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. motions for September 20th. Is there a second?
Delegate Nez, second.
Chairman Nez makes a second to that motion. Any comments or questions, committee members, regarding this motion, September 20th? If not, I want to go ahead and call for the vote then. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Shana, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Chairman Kellen was green. Thank you.
Shana, Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
All right. Shana, Honorable Chairman Nez, how do you vote? Ricky Nez?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Vice Chair Walker, Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Yes, Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, committee members. With that, the motion does pass. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting. September 20th is the date set forth. Thank you, Shantai. Thank you, Ms. Begay, as well, for your assistance with this matter. With that, committee members, brings us down to the next item on the agenda. It's been a long day, but we thank you for sticking in there with us. closure of the meeting. Item 8, are there any announcements?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, this
Yes,
is Daniel.
Shana, go ahead.
I'd like to add an item to the agenda, if it's okay, Mr. Pro Tem Chair.
Okay. Shana, if that's okay with the motioning party and the second of the agenda, who holds that?
Honorable Freeland, you could suspend the floor rules.
Yeah, we could suspend the floor rules too, brother. You could make that motion to suspend the floor rules, Shana.
Yes, I'll go ahead and make that motion to suspend floor rules. Add an item to the agenda, scheduling of meeting. Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. They want to meet with RDC. Mr. President, Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shana. A request has been made by Honorable Herman Daniels for I believe it's a leadership meeting with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. Is there a second to his motion on the suspension of the floor rules?
Second, Stewart.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. seconds that motion. Shana, are you asking for 1 day, 2 days? Are they asking for that?
Speaker, Chair, Speaker. 1 day, Viga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gay, do you have a recommended date?
Okay, hold on, just a minute. September 20th is, so now I have, like I said, I have the 13th and the 14th open. The September 6th is Labor Day, so it's a holiday. From the 7th through the 10th, Navajo Nation Council budget session. So after that, we have the 13th and 14th open.
Okay, Mr. Gay, thank you for that, Shema. Colleagues, is there a specific date that you have in mind? Now, Honorable Herman Daniels?
Pro Tem Chair, thank you. Colleagues, RDC members, Pro Tem Chair.
Delegate Herman Daniels, like I said, we have the 13th and 14th open. Then we'll work with that.
Pro Tem Chair, let me do this. Let me make it for 2 days. 2 days, if it's okay, because they have a lot of presentation to do to RDC without so 2 days at the meeting. So I'm just curious without Pro Tem Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shana. What days were we looking at, Shanta?
So let's ask Daniels. So he's agreeable to taking the 13th and 14th. Those are the only 2 days we have available.
Okay.
Pro Tem Chair. I'll be 13 and 14 at those 2 days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we do have a motion set forth by Honorable Herman Daniels, along with a second for September 13th and 14th. Any comments or questions to that, Shanta, to that request? and I believe there'll probably be a date to be a location to be determined. Shana?
Yeah, Program Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there's no comments or questions, colleagues, we're gonna go ahead and place this on for a vote then. Tiller, Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Green.
All right, thank you, Shana. Honorable Kelly McGay Jr.
Chairman Kale was green. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Shana, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
All right, Shana, Honorable Ricky Nez Jr. Ricky Nez, how do you vote? I'm getting tired.
It was a long day, huh? Amiga. Well, Honorable Freeland Jr., I vote green.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., I was getting ahead of myself there, so I apologize. Honorable Thomas Walker Sache, how do you vote, Vice Chair?
Yeah, so I vote green. Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Che.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Che, Vice Chair. With that, the motion does pass. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting.
Pro Tem?
Thank you, Honorable
Pro
Daniel.
Tem?
Yes, Shema.
Shami,
Yes.
before you move on, can you give me the motioning parties? Rick Nez?
Motion party was, I believe, Honorable Herman Daniels. And then the second, who was the second?
Mr. Stewart was the second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Khan, thank you. Honorable Stewart. Okay, with that, I want to move on back to the agenda then, if we can, please. Item 8, closure of the meeting. Are there any announcements, Shanatai? Announcements, Resource Development Committee members.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, this is Mariana Khan. Yeah,
Ms. Khan, go right ahead.
Yes,
Go right ahead.
I did want to say I found the paragraph in CAP 3518. It'll just take 2 minutes for less for me to read it to you. May I read it?
Go right ahead.
It says, this is Council Resolution CAP-35-18. It says, a chapter project, power line, or water line project may be changed, including the year funded or added to exhibits A through E with the concurrence of the delegate representing the chapter's council district and the approvals of the Resources and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, as long as such project has been certified as construction ready by CPMD or NTUA, and the total CIHSN funding for the district does not exceed $4,166,666.67. And that is the language that I was looking for. And it does talk about certification by CPMD. No reference to a chapter resolution. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan, for that insight and that information that you provided as well. I don't know if we want to keep that handy for any time we do this does come up again. If there's a way you can keep that handy for us, definitely will most be appreciative of that.
I will try. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. All right, colleagues, we're down to announcements. Any announcements, Shantai? If there's no announcements, I want to go ahead and ask for a motion to adjourn. I do believe that the budget budget call is still going on too at this time, so I'm going to probably jump on that call right now after we conclude. But thank you very much for your time, Shantai, presenters, staff. Thank you. With that, I want to go ahead and call for a motion to adjourn.
Keelan.
Honorable Keelan McGay Jr. motions to adjourn. Time is 6:15 p.m. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. with that second. With that, I want to go ahead and call for the vote then on motioning to adjourn. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Sila, how do you vote?
Green.
All right. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Shana, how do you vote?
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniel Shana, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, motion to adjourn does pass by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting. Thank you. Time is currently 6:16 p.m. We are adjourned. Thank you, Shinata. Very, very appreciative of the day and RDC's call. So have a great day. Stay safe. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.